What you talking about? What you talking about? What you talking about? Bitch. I don't understand. Shit like that. What it is you really do.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sweet sounds of Haley Knox. The sweet sounds of Haley Knox. I tell you. What it do, y'all? What it do, y'all? I am the host with the motherfucking most. Chill, motherfucking Murry. You are now tuning in live from the Spot podcast. Shout out to everybody tuned in, not tuned in. You know how we doing, how we rock here. Yeah. Yeah. I know you hear it. I know you hear it. Oh, yeah. Made some adjustments. Made some adjustments to this, baby. Lighting is nice now. The lighting is nice now. The mood in the room is comfortable now. I had to take a little time just to get things a little bit right. I'm trying to get a new camera still, but I like how the lighting is now for the camera. I don't look like I'm Darth Vader. I don't look like I'm in the shadows like I'm Noob Saibot anymore. So we are good now. What it do, Fury B? What it do, New Eyes? Miss Moon Pie. God Body God Child. Fantamos, what's going on? What's going on? Lulu, what's going on? Good evening, everyone. Good evening. Happy Friday. Happy Friday. I hope everybody is having a tremendous week, and I hope everybody's going to have a lovely and gorgeous weekend. If you are in certain parts of the country, you experience some gorgeous weather today, I'm sure. It was very lovely today. Look, I'm black as hell. Understand that. So I need good lighting. Okay, I am brown skin. I try to be brown skin, but I'm black as hell. Okay, I'm dark skin. All right. When I was younger, I think I told this a story on a podcast. When I was younger, my cousin used to say all the time, "Darkness." You know, Charlie Murphy used to say, that's James' name, darkness. James, that's you that come up the block. Smile real quick. I was that black. So I need good lighting. Okay. Anywho. All right. We here to have a good time tonight. Hope everybody, like I said, is enjoying their weekend, gonna have a good weekend. Anybody got any plans like that? Anybody got any plans? Baby Juju, what's going on? Sometimes I can't even tell when all the blue together. I gotta start figuring out there's a different color cue or color hue for these moderators. I'm gonna get some Medusa and Baby Juju and New Eyes pink, and Fury you gotta keep the blue, but the blue is confusing me. I keep thinking it's the same person talking. I didn't even see you popped in here, Juju. What's going on? What's going on? All right, as y'all see what the title is, because that's what everybody acting like this week. That's what everybody is acting like this week to me, like a damn motherless child. Especially this nigga up here. Because he been acting like it. But anywho. And because he a motherless child, it's because he the mother of this child, so to speak. It's the mother of this child, so to speak. Here. We gonna get to you, Miss Janice. We gonna get to you. You gonna come on. I started to name it this. I started to name it that. Just that. Janice Combs, come on down to the congregation. But I've already tapped into, like I said, Miss Janice Combs publishing. When did the Mace documentary? When did the Mace doc? In fact, I'll pull up the channel real quick. Cause that's literally that. That's literally there. We got a few things to get into tonight. Quite a few things to get into tonight. Y'all let me know if y'all can hear me, of course, you know, or if you can't hear me. I'm looking at the levels. The levels have never been this damn high before. So I'm liking the fact that, like I said, the mood is right and I'm able to use my inside voice again. I don't have to overexert and yell like a loud madman. I don't think my neighbors like that, you know. I didn't like that. My voice didn't appreciate that. my voice was tired. My voice was tired doing that shit. I'm trying to yell into this bitch, just hoping to dear God y'all hear me. And the levels are barely working. All right, here go the video right here. Matter of fact. Okay, I'm about to get my own damn video. Ain't that a better? All right, so we're going to start off with Miss Janice Combs, as a matter of fact. We're going to start off with Miss Janice Combs. Like I said, I'm just showing the actual footage here. Let me say that. And this is from years ago. So let's analyze real quick what Mace was referring to when he said that your mom has the receipts. Let's look at Janice Combs Publishing. Oh, what does this say? Now, let's not ignore that part in the very beginning, right? This is from the Ghost of Bad Boy series that I started, because I have Mace's and I have Little Kim's. Eventually, I'm going to dig into 112 or Total. One of the two is coming next. But my mind is telling me I should do Mary J. or Faith, to be honest with you. Because something is telling me that there's a certain skeleton in Mary J. closet that I'm going to find that she's been extremely quiet. I'm talking about church mouse quiet. she has been silent of the lamb because I ain't heard a single. She got her check from for being Monet, an award. You ain't even hear her celebrate that. She been quiet as a bitch. Mary J has been quiet as fuck since this Diddy shit. She She ain't singing at nobody awards. She ain't doing none of that. She ain't showing up this shit. But like I said, Ghost of Bad Boy Mace series. Mace immediately he held no punches. He was put like this, right? And this is why I kept saying Mace is the original Cassie. Okay, before Cassie, it was Mace that said, "I have the receipts, and these receipts are going to start spilling into the streets." He's the original one that said that. He sat there in his church suit and said, "Listen, God said to give it away to him, and I'm going to give it away to him because he has something for these demons. He has something for these demons, and y'all going to see that." He literally sat there, and he was the first person that broke the story of the pastor. Mama, think of his name, T.D. Jakes. He was saying that T.D. Jakes pretty much was dealing with Diddy already. He was the first one that said that about T.D. Jakes. So then it was, he said, "You want to," so it wasn't a surprise to me when I heard about this Kurt Burrows. And that was another thing that made me laugh my ass off when they said, "So Kurt Burrows is suing," I said, "Who?" I almost fell out my chair because Kurt Burrows is somebody I kept saying to myself, "Damn, Diddy ain't kill him. All these other people that survived, he ain't killed Kurt." I'm talking about he had Kurt at gunpoint and bat point over his own publishing. And no, not his publishing, over his percentage of Bad Boy. Because Kurt was president of Bad Boy. Kurt was the president of Bad Boy. And Diddy took his rights by force and removed him from the company. But it was around the time that I'm going to play that interview too, where Gene is talking to Kurt about all this shit. Gene talking about all this shit. But I was cracking my ass up when I heard Kurt Burrows, of all people, was suing Janice Combs for his publishing. I said, this nigga smart. This nigga smart. He ducked off and waited till this nigga went to jail and said, "Janice, come in for my shit." Because you got my shit. He don't got it. You got it. I want my shit from you. Diddy don't got the publishing. You got the publishing. Because you got everybody publishing. Little do everybody know. You, Miss Janice Combs, has everybody in the industry's publishing. Do little everybody know. Haha. I'm going to play this video here. And how old is this goddamn video? Matter of fact. It's a year old. Exactly from a year. I think I'm bullshit. It's from a year ago. It's this one right here. And this is damn, that's funny. That's the same damn week I got canceled. No wonder nobody knew. This is the same goddamn week I got canceled for the Shay Shay shit. Shay Shay ain't gay. Okay. All right. I'll let you have it. Let you have it. Let everybody have it. Shay Shay ain't gay. All right, back to the video. Back to the video. You gotta stop reaching. Mm-hmm. So let's analyze real quick what Mace was referring to when he states. Let's look at Janice Combs Publishing. Oh, what does this say? It says Janice Combs Publishing, Bad Boy Music Publishing. If you look, let's read here. Janice Combs Music Publishing manages more than 1,500 copyrights for a long list of successful music writers who have contributed to numerous award-winning platinum projects for artists such as Notorious B.I.G., Sean Diddy Combs, Jay-Z, Beyonce, Rihanna, Snoop Dogg, Busta Rhymes, Mace, and the Lox. Material from songwriters of Janice Combs Music Publishing has been featured in countless television programs, Academy Award nominated films, and multinational advertising campaigns. Through its co-publishing, and this is all in the Bad Boy Publishing blogspot as well, agreement with EMI Music Publishing. Remember, we saw EMI earlier. Underneath Justin Combs Publishing, More Money, More Problems. EMI has always been around. Janice Combs Music Publishing. Let's not ignore that part as well. So I had also, we don't have to go down the wormhole of that. Justin has his own publishing as well. Justin Combs Publishing. See, people didn't know that, like I said, Diddy didn't own anybody's shit. That's why everybody kept saying, Diddy gave up my publishing. Diddy kept saying, nigga, I ain't got your publishing. He literally didn't. His kid and his mama did. Justin and Janice both had their own publishing companies. Little do people know. And Justin also has a plethora of artists in the industries publishing. He has different people's albums. Justin ain't said a ad lib. You ain't heard Justin do an ad lib on a track, let alone breathe. He ain't nothing on anything for him to have a publishing on anybody's shit. So I'm saying to myself, I ain't heard I ain't heard nothing from Justin for him to be on anybody's publishing or own anybody's publishing. That blew my mind to see the list of people that Justin Combs owned. And I'm saying, oh, that's where he's getting his money from. It ain't from his. He owns literally people in the industry. So all the people he was getting interviews from is literally people he owned their publishing already. That was the kicker in the ass. Continues to build on an already impressive track record as a heavyweight publisher in the music business. And look at the list of writers here. If you notice, this is the entire list of Bad Boy. Everyone that was ever on Bad Boy, damn near, is on this list.
Honeybook completely changed how...
Very interesting. So in short, this is what Mace meant by his mother owns everything. Now, rumor also went around that his mom is actually in ownership of Bad Boy Records and a few other things that were supposedly in Diddy's name. Like his house, the bank accounts, the publishings. Everything is in Janice's name. Of course, it sounds like for Diddy's own protection. All right, so now let's go over that actual list. We can go over that actual list now of the shit that she owns. I'm just getting something real quick for Mr. Kurt Burrows. Okay, here we go. This is the other one I needed. 2 minutes, y'all. Just 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Trust me, I'm cooking. Fury B, you absolutely goddamn right. I was having a field day with this. I couldn't contain myself the way I was like, Kurt ain't dead yet. I'm like, they ain't kid. I'm like, Diddy is in the jail punching walls right now when he heard Kurt Burrows. I'm talking about his fist is bleeding. His fist is bleeding, punch the wall. Yeah. Oh my God. Matter of fact, before I go down the list, I have to play the Kurt Burrows series of interviews real quick, because this first one alone, coupled with the lawsuit that Diddy has now, it just came out. Remember, they literally just said the same shit with the other what the fuck was her name? I think it was the Ashley Perm girl. The Ashley Perm girl that said he told me about Tupac. The one that was not Ashley Perm. The one that was in the house. The one that had the security guard and Diddy rape her. And she was like, Diddy had gave information about he put the hit on Pac to her. Now, a new John Doe said the same thing about, oh, you think I can't get you? I got pocket. You think I can't get you, kid? He has said the same thing in his lawsuit, right? Check.
A few years ago, I seen you in a documentary called Who Killed Tupac. He was on A&E, and you were speaking on the Quad Studios incident, and you went into detail about that. If you don't mind, can you revisit that for me?
Yes, Tupac, very soulful artist, came up from Atlanta from that, I guess, trail of issues that he was dealing with to film the basketball.
This is Kurt Burrows, former president of Bad Boy. As I said, Diddy is throwing a crying fit that this nigga is still even around.
Ball flick in Harlem that was set place there. He started giving love to the different artists that were around. Of course, he's a celebrity coming in. He was friendly with Big. He saw Little Sean, people like that. They wanted him to come and do a record. That was what was set up at Quad. Biggie, knowing Little Sean, they were all there, C's, all of them. It was just going to be a fun night at the studio. Pac showed up. He saw them looking down from the window. His new friends were there. An incident happened in the elevator. It might have been a scary thing, like just to send a message. Tupac standing his own ground, just didn't leave it at that. He ended up getting hit, getting shot. The elevator went up. Our people were shocked to see him in that state. He was shocked to see our people looking at him shocked. He thought that they knew something about it. He thought if he was in New York and he was with all the rappers from the East, they must have known what was going to happen. It had to be in the wind. And situations aren't laid out like that. And it was the furthest thing from the truth, but he held that to his heart. And then he went away. A few other things happened, got better, got repaired, went away, went to jail on the rape charge. Once that came down on him, it looked as if the East Coast must have been the worst thing and the worst place for him to have come to. And it looks as if the friends that he had just turned their backs on him. Suge stepped in. And when Suge stepped in, he signed him. He signed him to a napkin at Clinton. And that letter that he sent through Wendy Day, she was definitely a person that was connected and a mediator between most everyone in the hip hop game and had been for a minute, legendary person. She delivered the letter to my office. It started with West Side Up. So it gave an indication of rumblings that we heard in the street with him being shined by Suge, was definitely true. He's going to go west when he come back. And he has an issue with us, as he explained, from the studio scenario to the rape scenario, things that were happening in the street to him, extortionists, things that happened in the East, in a city where Biggie being the king of New York, how did you not know? That's the way he looked at it. But it was I think he overplayed that in his mind because Biggie didn't know. I think Biggie would have done anything to help him if he did know. And Biggie was most sincere, I feel, in that friendship, in that kinship. There might have been other business people around that might have been pulling strings, but Biggie and him were pure. So we got blamed, and Biggie got blamed for what might have been extortionists, robbing, wanting to, get an extra meal, whichever way, trying to set up how they're gonna, do that thing that they do.
So Tupac, he wrote you a letter while he was in prison letting you know that he had issues with Biggie and Puffy. Go more into detail about that?
Well, there's a little bit of a backdrop to the story, but here's what I want to talk about with what you exactly asked. We're working around the clock to make things work. We know that's what's going on in the newspapers. Well, this happened with Pac, he's arrested, this happened, We hear rumblings. When I really knew what was going on, when I had to pick my head up out of my desk and writing checks and keeping up with 4 or 5 artist contracts and keeping the company going and payroll and all that, is when a woman by the name of Wendy Day, very important woman in the hip hop world, I think she helped Baby and those guys with Cash Money label, setting that up. She's very influential and instrumental in a lot of success. When I started in the music business, I reached out to her. She had a company called Rap Coalition. She went back and helped rappers from a previous generation get their money straight, their royalties. With that being said, I was like, she's someone I want to know. In knowing her, I had the good fortune of when she was dealing with Tupac during his crises on the East Coast, she went to visit him at Clinton. He wrote a letter, drafted it, so that she can bring it to me at the office so that I could know and be able to relate to Sean where we were with him. And the letter, if I remember, it said, West Side Up. And what we had heard was rumblings that Suge came and signed him on a napkin to a contract, and he was going to go west, and all the stuff that happened to him on the East and made it look like people on the East, the king or the biggest rappers on the East, or people that he knew should have warned him or protected him against what had happened. And it just is not geographically laid out like that. And a lot of people caught some blame for things that they had nothing to do with. And he took offense, went west, and that started him as a mouthpiece against the East, all right, going at Biggie. And I think it's more than, that's one level of the beef. Then I think there's another level of things that were going on in the streets where things happened in the dividing line between East and West that caused a big rift that led to mouthpieces going at each other. So there were things that happened even before that that led to an opening and a rift. One thing I want you to know is that in Sean's defense, as far as East Coast West, when we started Bad Boy, maybe it was his tenacity, maybe it was his ego, but he felt it was a good idea to reach out and want to do a double ad in Billboard with Death Row. They don't know us, we don't know them, but of course we listen to their music, we're leaning in. Why not get attached to the other hot label that's going there, running that? We're about to run this in, let's be friends. I think Suge's office turned that down. There was a mock-up of what the ad could be like. It was a little bit maybe insulting, maybe to us, that they didn't want to do it. I think Sean got more insulted than he may have let on. I didn't take it bad because I could see why they wouldn't want to do it. And I can see that they can see through us why we would want to be attached to their wagon. Why wouldn't we want to hitch our train to them? But it helped us to stand alone. It helped us to be big boys on our own. But it started that emotional thing that led to the riffs that later led to the mouthpieces.
Okay, so pretty much, understand this, right? For Tupac to even send Kurt Burrows a letter from prison, doesn't that show the amount of respect that he had for him alone? And of everybody in the world, everybody in the country, he sent, as far as the East Coast goes, he sent Kurt Burrows a letter separately. Just letting people know, hey, we going to war. But I want you to understand why. Because I don't want you to be in the middle of this. I'm subliminally saying that I don't want you to be in the middle of this. Because I know what he's doing with you. Now, let's move on to why Kurt is even suing Bad Boy. Or should I say Janice Combs?
Kind of revenue that was owed to you when you were left?
I can be honest and tell you on this platform the economic growth at Bad Boy. So let's talk about me coming from ABC and Orion. So I'm pretty much settled and I have a little bit of money and I'm okay. And then I have a golden parachute. I have my apartment on 5th, so I'm good. I'm cool. Then I'm doing some promotional events, you know, with some music industry people, and I'm being interviewed for maybe a job at Uptown to happen after this job is over at Orion. That's how the bad boy thing comes in. Andre, through Jimmy Jenkins, the greatest promo man and one of the flyest of the executives that's still around right now, working with the Hughes brothers in film. So fly, I can't get him on the phone. But during this time, he was the fly promo guy, best friend to Andre Harrell, blowing Uptown up. And he introduced me to Andre to fulfill a marketing position. This is how close Andre and Sean were. Andre knew he was giving Sean the deal for Bad Boy, and Sean knew he needed someone to help him to put it together. Andre, in interviewing me and a few other people, it came down to me and another gentleman by the name of Brett Wright. God bless you, Brett Wright. We work right side by side. Brett is doing excellent business now, had all the hair magazines, a bee farm right now. All these people are winning. I didn't get the job at Uptown. Andre placed me or asked Sean, you know, hey, they did some type of conversation where Sean was like, I think I want you to come and be with me at Bad Boy. You should do this. And between Andre and him, that's where the opportunity became. And I took that opportunity because it was even better than working at Uptown, starting something fresh from day zero. The only thing we had achieved at that point was maybe naming the company Bad Boy, maybe we had an LLC, and the lawyer from Spivak and Marsalis, Kenny Marsalis, was the person that put the LLC together for us. I sat across from him. He was at his Uptown desk. He had just been appointed VP of A&R and Artisan Development, maybe a few months into that. CCNY happened, shut us down. He came back to the job, and then we started to accelerate with Bad Boy through Uptown, personality clash. We were thrown out of Uptown, and we were starting at Arista, where you came in. So yes, all those evolutions, I didn't have anything on paper, except for from the very beginning, he gave me 25% of the company.
Right.
And so I had 25% all the way throughout. When we started Uptown, I had my own money. There was no budget. At some point, he didn't pay me, so I still had to take care of myself, but still work at Bad Boy, picking up the jackets from D-Ferg, doing all that. I had to do all the same work. It was me and him, so everything he needed at that time, I took care of to build his company. I want to pause for a second, because there are a lot of executives that came from that company. They're VPs now, they're presidents. All of them came after me.
No doubt.
And if they felt that they were worked and that they put blood, sweat, and tears into Bad Boy, what do they think I did to get it ready for them? Mark Pitts, Harv Pierre, Michelle Joyce came from there, Gwen Niles,
Leote.
Leote Blackmore went on to do Blackground with Chaz and all of them.
And she went to Rough Rider.
Rough Riders with Darren and Joaquin, the Dean family. I had a part in helping them when we signed the Locks and they were able to get their deal. Everyone that we were affiliated with, I gave love to from what I knew here, that the ancestors prepared me for, that I went and did a good job, never stealing, never lying, showing up, always responsible, never a day off, no vacation time ever, just constantly grinding, all the way through.
And
I had 25%, wait a minute, so to answer the question, I had 25% at Uptown, no money initially, then Andre might have paid me through the Bad Boy budget that there was a budget initially and I didn't get any of that. Then the second go around, I might have gotten something, and that might have been about $30,000 a year or something like that. It went to about $40,000 when I went to Arista in Old Boys Defense. we had maybe a $5 million deal on the table from ours, so let's say that's the number. $3 million was for budgets, marketing for 3 artists. Then the 2 or so was for what he needed to do to get things together. He might have offered me half of that for what I needed to do, but I knew based on the deal, I couldn't have that in my pocket. We had to have an office space, pay rent, executives, and all. So that's how I budgeted myself at having a smaller amount so we can make the company work.
Free B, by the way, you stupid too. That's the nigga. I should have gave you the Moya too. I know I'm late on that one. But yes, you are absolutely right, sir. You are absolutely right. You're catching on to the tie, aren't you? Catching on to the real tie here. Yes, that uncle that received, what was it? $30 million when she died. That same uncle that owned Blackground. Yes, sir. The plot thickens.
At the time you was calling, and I had to make sure everyone was paid from security and this and that and that and this. That's what happened. So 25% was what I was really counting on.
Yes, $90 million.
And then it came to be a point where he took that back, him and Kenny Masalas. It was all of a sudden, it was boom, boom, boom. We need it right now. You have to sign this right here. And this is what needs to happen. It's desperate, it's urgent.
I thought they was playing like, I was told that
it was a ruse. It was a ruse because
I was told that it was a couple of baseball bats that was.
Well, you know how you set the scene.
It was a couple of baseball bats that helped change him.
No, let me tell you.
No, I don't mean to laugh at it.
No.
It's funny now
it's laughable.
Because I was told, you know,
there had to be some extra pressure and influence. Well, here's
there was some pressure on this guy.
That wasn't what made me change my mind. You understand? Because where I come from, I might not be street, but I can withstand an ass whipping for my money. What happened was the fact that he even pulled it.
Right.
I was crushed
Yo,
on the inside.
But see, the thing about it is, Kurt, it was always, this was I looked at it this way. Because y'all was so close, and I heard you say this before. You say, y'all used to pray together.
We did. We prayed together to make that company happen. We prayed when Universal MCA fired him based on the CCNY. We had no actual money or chance or opportunity at that time. He was locked in a hotel, and I'll get into it in the book, with his mom and people like Sister Soldier visiting. This was around the time that he recognized me as a true person, because during that time, at the lowest, when no one wanted to be bothered with him.
That's not true, because none of the record companies in the business were like that. Because
he was sad and distressed about it. So whoever it was that wanted to be bothered with him,
because he used to come out, he still used to come out with the same game, and D Ferg used to say, that nigga was talking about killing himself, man. And I said, so let him. Okay.
Well, see,
if that's what he want to do.
Some of that I want to say for the books.
So that would make more sense then. That would make even more sense. Now we're going to play the other interview where he actually gets into detail of what happened today, that Diddy actually took his 25%. But here's the thing. The reason I believe he's still alive is the explanation he just gave just now. The reason he's still alive is because when nobody wanted to fuck with Diddy, Kurt Burrows was there. At his lowest moment, you just heard Gene Deal said, at his lowest moment, when he literally wanted to kill himself after the college killing that happened. That's what he's talking about. This happened. This is post the killing at the college where all those people died. Right? This is post that. And nobody's rocking with him. Kurt Burrows is there to be by his side out of everybody. Okay? That's the main reason I believe, if anything, why he kept him alive. Now, that would also explain why he took the route he took as far as trying to get the publishing. Let's just say the ownership, the 25% of the ownership.
What went wrong between you and Puffy? Because if I'm not mistaken, he made you give up your ownership in Bad Boy, right? And they had you in the room and they had bats and they made you give over your percentage.
Art, I would love to be able to answer that. Like I said, the evolution of the company started like you and I sitting like we are right now. If in a way it's like you're there and I'm across from you. That's the way we started Bad Boy. I would come over to the Uptown office, my notebooks, writing down everything I needed to do that day. Oh, let's get the LLC together. Oh, call Kenny. We need the employment agreement. Oh, let's do this. Oh, we got this session to do. Oh, mostly it was productions with the producers because we were uniquely situated as Bad Boy Productions to do productions on Uptown artists' productions, and we were paid through Bad Boy, through Uptown paying Bad Boy to do tracks for like Heavy D, Mary J, things of that sort. So we were very...
Now, listen to that key factor right there. From that, if you notice, Puffy took that same exact motto. He would apply that same exact motto of being just a production company and collecting the publishing from the higher up company with having multiple publishing companies. Notice how all of these lawsuits have multiple different companies that they're suing. It'll be Bad Boy this, Sean Combs this, Sean Combs that, Janice Combs this, Justin Combs that. Notice how it was always that list. Bad Boy Entertainment, Sean Combs LLC. It was always these different entities that were always collecting money behind each other.
Very active in that, and that kept us very busy in that time to do that. And what happened along the way, we had a lot of success, got fired from Uptown. I was there helping him to build back up again. Loyal, no betrayal, no stealing, family, his son's godfather. We were renegotiating Bad Boy. We had gotten over CCNY. It looked like the coast was clear. We were renegotiating with Arista. We were about to get a step up in the money. I had 25% of the company. I didn't know why he needed to get that back from me and then give it back to me again. I didn't understand that. That's like a trick, like, okay, here, I gave it to you, now give it back, and don't worry, I'm gonna give it right back to you. I didn't want to give it up. So he came into my office one day unexpected, him and Kenny Marsalis, they had it planned out. Kenny had the briefcase with all the stock certificates in it, and Diddy had the bat. Not like I'm gonna beat the shit out of you with the bat, but he had the bat like, man, we got to do this. This has to happen. I didn't feel I was gonna get beat down in that office, in all honesty. I got people that can jump out of the shadows in a minute. I wasn't threatened by him. What I was messed up over was the fact that I started this company with you from day zero, and now the one solid thing that you told me I had, you want to take that back and do a return to me on that at this critical time that we're renegotiating and getting a step up on the contract. When he told me it was about all of that renegotiating and that I should trust, I did, begrudgingly, angry, upset. It wasn't right. I did it. He got the stock back. I went on, tried to get over that, kept doing my job, doing what I had to do, delivering everything. And once again, I was caught up in the job. I forgot all about it. And next thing you know, we had the snafu. I was fired. And he just said, oh, okay, bye. And since he had never given me the stock back, he never said that he would pay me anything or give me anything. He just avoided me all these years. Not only did he avoid me all these years, running high and low, I went on and started working with Murry, who the three of us started out together through Bad Boy Productions. What's the 411? She was signed to Uptown. She was started out under an elder A&R person. He assumed an internship position, from internship to vice president.
You heard that name, right? Look who else he was responsible for. Again, the same person I just said is crickets right now. She's crickets for a reason. Icon Vonnie, what's going on? Mary J is crickets for a reason right now, especially with Kurt Burrows lurking. She knew this was coming. I'm pretty sure Mary J. Blige, of all people, knew this was coming. But as you can plainly hear, this man literally started the company with him. He is the reason why he does business the way he does. Literally. All of the things that and the reason why he renegotiated it, to read between, if you didn't read between the lines with the renegotiating, what he did with the take it and give it back, he gave it back under different pretenses. He gave it back under the pretenses of Diddy still owns everything. You may own some of the stock, but I own the entire pie. Get it? I am the corporation. You are just something inside of the corporation now. Now you are not a co-founder of the corporation. I am the head honcho and only. You just have a partnership of it. That's the pretenses he gave it back to Kurt Burrows under. And Kurt knew that. He didn't have the same power anymore. Therefore, there was a lot of money that Kurt was missing. That is why he's saying that he had been running from high and low. But I'm pretty sure that's why Janice Combs is the one being sued, because he realized where the receipts were really coming from.
Of AD and A&R, he assumed the Murry project. He put that magic on it. And with all of that success, when he got fired from there, the depression sunk in, suicide attempts, me, him, and his mother holding him together, Andre bringing him back, more success. Andre fires him, more depression. I set up the company, go get the deal for distribution. Biggie dies, depression, upset, wrong decision, the worst. I'm tired of puffing him up now, because so many people had warned. I'm a little not distant, but not running after you with the shovel, cleaning up all the shit. Smell a little bit of it now. We lost the number one guy that we have. Listen, smell a little bit of it. Learn a lesson. He said, nah, you out. I didn't pursue it with a lawsuit. I looked at it like this was big, black, beautiful. I had something to do with it. It looks good. I don't want to embarrass myself in front of all the other cultures that looked at us and said they were winning. This was beautiful. And say, oh, I knew something was messed up with those guys. I knew something was wrong. I was trying to hold that back. At the same time, it was the worst thing that could have ever happened. He didn't want to honor me with credit. He started erasing my names off the albums, taking me off of anything that had any history with the company. He never paid me not one thing out. Percentage-wise, legacy-wise from Bad Boy Entertainment, and I had 25%. In the legal world, I still have what they call a tolling agreement. If you give someone something, take it back, and didn't give them a fair exchange in value for it, then it's not a consummated deal per se. I still have a claim on those stocks.
All right, so shall we get into it then? Shall we get into it? So, let's start with the discog, shall we? Let's start with the discography now. Okay, so this is discogs.com. you don't know what this is, pretty much this is a database for all music publishing companies, right? All music publishing companies that exist. Now, as you can see here at the time, now I noticed this number has also went down. I do want to see if Justin's has went down. I do want to see some real quick. I just want to see if his number went down. His number went up. Okay, so I remember when I first looked at this, it was about either between 450 and 500. Now it's at 640 submissions pending. This is Justin Combs Publishing, y'all. Publishing company of Sean Combs and his artists. Notably binded to the Locks as solo artists, even after they left Bad Boy Records. Named after one of Combs' sons affiliated with ASCAP IP. Dog. Again, Justin ain't said an ad lib. Nigga ain't spit a ad on nothing. To have 640 different submissions of publishing. J-Lo is on here. Big Pun is on here. Busta Rhymes is on here. Fabulous is on here. Ashanti is on here. I don't know who Four Colors is. I remember who Cherry Dennis is. Fat Joe, Monifa. Why is Monifa on here? No, what? No, I'll give a better one. I can see that's an actual bad, probably a bad boy. I see Bad Girl and Sugar Sugar, but Enrique Iglesias. Okay, let's just move on to Janice, right? Y'all see where I'm getting this at. Y'all see where I'm getting at now. Okay, Janice Combs. Another one. Not an ad lib. Ain't spit a verse on nothing. Janice Combs, 702. Remember the group 702 from back in the day? They had some good bangers too. Again, Fat Joe, Jealous One's Envy. I'm going to keep reiterating. This is Janice Combs Publishing, okay? Jennifer Lopez. Beyonce. Featuring Sean Paul. Baby Boy, You Stay On My Mind. That song is under Janice Combs Publishing. Keisha Cole. I was not expecting to see the Temptations here. I don't know who Isis is. Usher. Now, I want you to notice that this Usher is here, right? Because you're going to start seeing this name frequently on a couple of things underneath her name. And I kept saying to myself, wait, why is that like that? I started asking myself, why do certain people have a lot more, especially certain veterans, why do they have a lot more extensive money for doing the least amount of work? I really ask myself that sometimes. But then I get that answer immediately. Okay. I'm not going to name, of course, the obvious bad boy artists. It's the ones that stand out to me, like Consequence and Busta Rhymes being on here, or Jamie Foxx, or Fantasia, or Jessica Simpson. Another Beyonce and Jay-Z record, Deja Vu. Michelle Williams. It's those names that stick out to me. Yes, so it's funny you say that, Iconvani. As far as that goes, right? Think of Andre 3000's last album. It was literally all Frequency Hertz music. What I mean by that is it was literally music that was designed for you to feel a certain way, a certain energy within the frequency and the hertz of the music. And I noticed that because I listen to that at nighttime. I go to sleep with that at nighttime a lot of times. What happened was, what's going on? I do that a lot at nighttime. I go to sleep to, or I call it aura energy music, pretty much, where it's at a certain hertz. It says it's at a certain megahertz to make you feel a certain way with your energy in your body. That's literally the album that Andre 3000 did. He did a whole energy soul album based upon the frequency of the body and what it reacts to. If you actually like just sit there and like not meditate to it, but just sit there and just actually just feel the music. Listen to the music. Just listen to the music one day. Just listen to Andre 3000's music. Don't pay it. Don't have your phone out. Nothing. Just vibe with the actual music and the sounds and frequencies that he used, and you will feel different things. Yeah, so you know what I'm talking about. So that's what I'm saying. But yes, different frequencies, and they definitely practice that with the music. If of course, it's not a coincidence that 808s got popular, right? Perfect example. People didn't realize that certain 808s are made certain ways to make you feel a certain way. Certain 808s are even designed in R&B to make you feel sexy. See what I'm saying? Perfect example like that. Certain 808s is designed to make you feel like you want to jump up and down. Frequencies. But yes, you're absolutely right. That's designed pretty much in all music. They have to go by that. It's a key way to, like I said, harness the actual energy inside of a song. That's dope, New Eyes. You have tuning forks and singing bowls. That's dope, actually. Let me see. I can tell by where the energy goes to in my chakras, like Lauryn Hill goes to my heart, Future goes to my... Yes, exactly. Definitely like that. Definitely like that. You align your chakras? That's dope. That's actually dope. I've always wanted to try that. I've actually wanted to... I might actually look into that. Because I've always wanted to try that and get more in tune with trying to do that. Just to see what happens with my energy. Just to see what happens with it. Just like ayahuasca. Anyway, Beyonce and Shakira. Again, I'm gonna reiterate, like I said, Janice Combs Publishing, y'all. This is Janice Combs Publishing we're looking at. Beyonce and Shakira. More Michelle Williams, but then you got Tamar Braxton. Why is Tamar Braxton in here? I don't know why she owns various, now that's what I call music, parts of publishing. Maybe there's a song from Bad Boy in there. I don't know. But Rihanna, Good Girl Gone Bad. Brandy. This one really stuck out to me because of the one eye symbolism, Rita Ora. And it was the Aura album. I think it was her first album. Might have been. This one stuck out to me because this album has him literally... This is Eminem Curtain Call. How do you have Eminem in your catalog? Look into Reiki if you want. Right, I'm trying to see if I can pronounce that right. Reiki or Reiki, if you want to align your chakras. Okay, I'm definitely do that. Eminem is literally dissing Diddy on the entire album. On the last two albums, he has Diddy like dissed in like 12 different records. Literally. Then you have Erykah Badu's on. Now this is another one that stood out to me. The Weeknd. And then you have all of the different types of it. The deluxe even. Right? I think it was like a blood version that's on here too. If we go to the next page. Khalees is on here. The Pirates is on here. Like, yeah, this is the other version right here. This one, the splatter version. I was like, what? Then you have the remixes. Like, you have every version of The Weeknd's album and you're publishing? What? Like, it's little things like this I started noticing. I was like, wait a minute. How do you have all these people inside of your catalog that have nothing to do with you? Sauce Money. And then here's where it started happening, right? See how it says Usher, Tevin Campbell? I'm like, why is his name a part of it? Beyonce, Crazy in Love. I don't know who Young Lord is, but then you have Heavy D, of course, Bianca. Oh, the first pronunciation was right? Okay. So it is Reiki. Okay. I knew let's just say I before the E, except after C. I always try to go by that. Jay Porter, what's going on? Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Jay Porter. That's exactly what we're saying. How in the hell does she own all these people's publishing? Like, why? How is it even possible? This is what I'm saying. Usher, Mario Wines. You see how Usher's name keeps popping up in front of these people's names? And look how it's even separate. You can see the line going up in front of it. But it's literally put like that on purpose. And I'm like, why is Usher's name a part of some of Janice Combs' publishing records in here? I don't know who O'Neal McKnight is. I was going to say Brian McKnight, but I don't know who O'Neal McKnight is. But you even got Mr. Cheeks in here. Like, how is this possible? That you own 113 different people's publishing in here. That's very possible. What happened was that he produced the records and did he stole the pup. We literally was just talking about that. We literally was just looking at, before you popped in here, we were literally just looking at Kurt Burrows footage. We were literally just looking at all Kurt Burrows interviews and how he talked about the methods pretty much that Diddy took, that he applied now with all these different record companies, Janice Combs Publishing, Justin Combs Publishing. I said, look at Justin's. Like, let's look more at Justin's. Like, Monifa's in here. Enrique Iglesias is in Justin's. Yeah, O'Neal was a singer, but I just didn't know his music. I didn't know O'Neal McKnight's music like that. Oh, rest in peace. Rest in peace. I didn't know that. I didn't know O'Neal McKnight passed. But like I said, how does she own these people's publishing? People that didn't really have anything to do with Bad Boy like that. Some of these people didn't have anything to do with Bad Boy like that. They weren't signed to Bad Boy, is what I'm saying. Check who produced it. All right. Well, let's take a break. Well, Honey I Know is him. But let me go back to Janice real quick. We're gonna do exactly that. One of the first ones that stood out to me. Right? So the weekend after hours. Let's go there. The weekend after hours, right? Producers. On weekend. The Weeknd's album After Hours was produced by many artists, including The Weeknd himself, Leandro C.D. Hila, Max Martin, Metro Boomin, and OPN. Let's go to the actual wiki. Nobody's name's on there. As far as Bad Boy, nobody's name is on there. Like literally nobody. This is all his people. This is all XO, excluding Metro Boomin. This is all his people, and not Prime 85. Prime 85, not him. But yeah, this is all his people. So that's what I'm saying. Like, how does she own publishing for this? I know damn well there's no Bad Boy producers or Stevie J producing on an Eminem album. See, that's a good one right there. She got exposed for exposing the DL activity. See, that would explain that one, why she's in there. Literal blackmail. I own your publishing. Exactly. That's exactly what he did, Icon Vonnie. He signed it over her just in case. That's what Mace was talking about. That's exactly what Mace was referring to. That your mother got all the receipts. Because she literally does. Oh, so Heavy D produced the Monifa. That makes sense because he is on that record with Monifa. You're right. I didn't think about that. I did not think about that. You're absolutely right. But even like the Temptations. When I saw the Temptations on there, I was like, huh? But like Sauce Money of all, like, there's certain ones that just stick out to me. Like, what do you have like, how do you have anything to do with this person? Anything to do with some of these people at all? Like I said, the Busta Rhymes one blew my mind, but Fantasia? Jessica Simpson? This one definitely blew my mind. Beyonce and Jay-Z, Deja Vu. This is where I was like, okay, something spooky's going on. Something spooky is going on here now. Like, I can even see, like, maybe there's a Stevie J or Diddy on a Jealous One's Envy with J-Lo, of course. I can see Diddy being on J-Lo's record, right? But the Temptations, awesome. I'm like, what? I'm like, wait, how is that possible? How the fuck is that one possible? DJ Bear, what's up? Yeah, Consequence. Listen, the Much Dance, I'm thinking of somebody else, but Jamie Foxx, Unpredictable, like I said, stands out to me. Like I said, it's just certain ones that just bothered me. I was like, there's no way. Tamar Braxton, again, like, and Rihanna, and Brandy, Erykah Badu. Like, how do you own all these people's publishing? Khalees, even. It's the Pirates. Dude, the Pirates? The Pirates, dog. Like, what? That's insane. That's fucking insane, bro. That's insane. Keisha Cole is on there. But it's not the Last Night record. That's what threw me for a loop. It's not the Last Night record that's on there. Keisha's there. It's let me see. I'm gonna go back to the beginning because I think she's in closer to the beginning. I don't think she's in the back here, but just in case she is. I might have seen her on Justin's, actually. I think she's on Justin's, matter of fact, now that I'm thinking about it. I think she's on Justin's. Like I said, I just saw Keisha's shit here. I just saw Keisha. So I know. I know for a fact. Let me see. I know for a fact, though. All right, so that's the first page of that. Wait, where's Justin? So I believe I had even stopped and looked at it. I was like, hold up, what? Because Justin's, like I said, has 640 pieces in here. I was like, wait a minute. There's just no way. There's just no way. Oh, did I pass it? It's the first page, right? Yeah, it's the first page. Where did I see it? Louis just called it out too. Where the hell did I see it at? Why is South Park Chef 8 in there? What the fuck? Where the hell did I see the Keisha Cole on it? I know I just looked at it. I literally just looked at the Keisha Cole record. Like, all right, it had to have been Janice. And I'm just looking too fast. Oh, there it is right here. I'm looking too fast. It isn't Janice. So, yeah, Keisha Cole, I should have cheated. And I changed my mind. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. I changed my mind. I changed my mind. That's Kanye. So now I'm confused. His last song was going to be on Diddy's Love album. I didn't know that. And we haven't heard an actual record or anything from The Weeknd, have we? That's crazy. Big Money, what's going on? That's what I'm saying. Like, it's weird. All these people that she owns the publishing, it seems like they have something. And these are the same people, right? Understand this. These are the same people that literally said, these are the same people that said, oh, I didn't see anything at the Diddy party. I didn't see anything happening at the Diddy party. No, I left before all that happened. All these same people that I'm saying are these same people that said, yo, I didn't see any of that shit happening. All these people that's on this particular publishing list, right, are saying, I didn't see anything happen. It's weird to me. It's super weird to me. I'm just saying. And it's not by coincidence. Kanye is under Jay and Jay's under Jay's with Diddy. I mean, that does make sense, but I mean, still, like as far as like credit wise, like actual producer credit wise, this is why, of course, Jay and Diddy, you would say, are the head honchos, or set to be the head honchos. And I mean, Jay still is. He's still pretty much the new black godfather of everything, right? He's still the new black godfather of everything running it. So now I'm saying to myself, okay, with Diddy out of the way, Jay can fully run things, literally. He doesn't need to get Diddy out of jail because, well, he doesn't want Diddy out of jail necessarily, because then that means he has to go back to sharing the power. All that I'm toasting with you shit, nah. You stay your ass in jail. I run this out here. I did things quietly. You did not. It's crazy how black mafia work in business, isn't it? In the industry, I should say. But yeah, this is what Kurt Burrows is talking about. Diddy literally took these same tactics and applied it, as far as having Justin Combs and Janice Combs Publishing and Bad Boy Entertainment separate from Bad Boy LLC and separate from Sean Combs LLC, separate from Diddy the entity, separate from Sean Combs entity, separate from Puff Daddy the entity. You see what I'm saying? All these things collected revenue. All these different names and backings collected revenue. Just think of a domino that can duplicate itself. Think of it like that. Think about a domino that could duplicate itself. We might get in a little bit later on. Think about how that can just literally stack and keep stacking and keep stacking and keep stacking and keep stacking. That's literally what the companies that Diddy created himself do. It's crazy how he would even, Kurt Burrows said it right. I started the company with you. How do you just push me to the side like this? I started everything with you. I taught you how to do this. I made sure you were good when nobody else did. And then you and Kenny Masalis just, and that's another thing that stuck out to me, Kenny Masalis, because that's a quiet name that not a lot of people think about. But you see him in so many different pictures with so many different people. Let me think about this. Hold on. Something just clicked to me. I'm curious. How do you spell his name? Let me look in here real quick. I just want to see how you spell his name real quick. Okay. Hold on. I just want to see something. I have a feeling I need to go down a rabbit hole of those two together, of Kenny Masalis and Clarence Avon. I have a feeling I need to go down some type of rabbit hole with that. But anyway, Kenny Masalis is a very big major player in the game. A big time major player in the game. Yeah, smart timing. He pulled it right after Diddy's attorney said, you know what? Y'all got it. Y'all got it. I'm good. This one too rich for my blood. I'm good. I stand a chance of actually dying, possibly in this. Nope. I'm okay. I'm going home. Taking my ball and going home. And Kurt said, you know what? Y'all got nobody to defend y'all now. Pay me mines. Pay me mines. All right, so let's get into that lawsuit, matter of fact. Let's get into that lawsuit. So, let's see. So this is Kurt Burrows suing Janice Smalls, a.k.a. Janice Combs. Now, that stuck out to me, too. That said Janice Smalls. Because did she get married after? I didn't know she got married after. Who did she get married to? Hold on. Is her maiden name Smalls? Okay, her maiden name is Smalls. Okay. Okay, so Combs is the dad's name. That makes sense. All right. Let's see here. Preliminary statement. Okay, so This is about the 25%, as you can see already off the bat. So this case arises from an elaborate and calculated scheme. This is a long lawsuit, by the way. It's a long-ass lawsuit we got to get through. This case arises from an elaborate... Matter of fact, let me bring this up a little bit bigger. And take myself away because... I said this is a huge lawsuit, so... I don't want to deter it. All right. So let's do it like this then. Let's do it like this, and I can zoom in just a little bit for you guys. So I know it's like super small and shit. It's super. All right, so that shit. Oh Jesus, why are you still there? All right. Oh, that's not too big, but all right. So she also goes by Janet Smalls. No. That's her maiden name. That's her maiden name. Fury B. That's not like Biggie Smalls. That's her maiden name. Oh shit. I'm tired of my bracelet hitting the damn thing. Wait, what? Good point. Fury B, probably why he convinced Big on that name when he had to legally change it. That's a good observation. But no, it's actually her maiden name. It's actually the maiden name. At least that's what it says. Could be onto something there, but that's what it says. That's the maiden name. So this case arises from an elaborate and calculated scheme executed by defendant Janice Smalls in collision with Sean Combs, Kenneth Masalis, Esquire, and others to illegally seize plaintiff Kirk Burrows' 25% ownership interest in Bad Boy Entertainment Holdings, Incorporated BBE, a New York corporation, and his 15% share of BBE's annual earnings, thereby depriving him to access of his equitable financial interests and benefits derived from both plaintiff and defendant's operation of BBE. Plaintiff and integral co-founder and executive of BBE contributed significant financial investments, industry expertise, and leadership to BBE. Through his efforts, plaintiff helped the company evolve from an amateur startup entity to a global music powerhouse. Rather than honoring their contractual obligations, defendants exploited plaintiff's trust by misrepresenting key business dealings, minimizing and crashing his pivotal role in BBE's global success, and by implementing coordinated coercion and deceit tactics to defraud him out of his contractually acquired and earned beneficial ownership in and compensation from his efforts with BBE, thereby further depriving plaintiff to access to his plaintiff of access to his equitable financial interests and benefits derived from both plaintiff and defendant's operation of BBE. Defendant Smalls engaged in a decades-long scheme of intimidation, violence, fraudulent misrepresentation, and financial concealment to strip plaintiff of his rightful ownership interest into BBE. One appalling example of defendant's egregious conduct stems from an incident that occurred in 1996, specifically in May 1996. And defendant Smalls' knowledge, Sean Combs, son of defendant Smalls, stormed into plaintiff's office located in a highly populated commercial office space within BBE, accompanied by Kenneth Masalis, Esquire. While plaintiff was working during the incident, defendant Smalls' son, Mr. Combs, made threatening statements while erratically wielding a baseball bat. Defendant Smalls' son, Mr. Combs, then presented a contract to plaintiff which he had never seen before. Plaintiff, under extreme duress and in unjustified fear for his physical safety in life, did not read the contract, but nevertheless signed the contract presented without the guidance of proper legal representation. He later discovered his signature on the aforesaid contract conveyed away his rightful 25% ownership interest in and to BBE. Now, defendant Smalls, acting individually and in concert with Kenneth Marsalis, Esquire, her son, Sean Combs, James Doe 1, lawyer Doe 1, and other unknown co-conspirators engaged in an egregious and unlawful companion of coercion, deceit, and misrepresentation in a concerted effort to unjustifiably wrest. What was I say? I didn't know you could spell rest that way. That's crazy. Wrest away plaintiff's 25% ownership interest in and to BBE, and to appropriate plaintiff's compensation, benefits, and spiderweb was in my eye. Jesus. Benefits and intellectual property, which were all derived from his decades-long contributions to BBE. Over a span of decades, defendant Smalls continuously deceived plaintiff by concealing her role in the illegal and violent transfer of plaintiff's 25% ownership interest in and to BBE, inclusive of BBE stock. Defendant Smalls' fraudulent concealment of her role in BBE and her involvement with the aforesaid incident that took place in May of 1996, which deprived plaintiff of significant financial compensation and employment benefits, and caused him irreparable personal, physiological, and professional harm. Upon information and belief, defendant Smalls profited immensely from her conspiracy with her son, Sean Combs, Kenneth Marsalis, Esquire, James Doe. Oh, he's actually... So wait a minute. He's not suing Kenneth Marsalis, of course. Well, is Kenneth Marsalis alive? That's an even better question. That's a better question. Wait, why can't you find anything on him? You literally can't find anything on him? That's crazy. Wait a second. Holy shit, you literally can't. Okay, that's wild to me. That's wild. Okay, now I gotta go down the wormhole of why you can't find this guy. That's wild that you can't find him. Yeah, that is wild. That is wild. But and the crazy thing is, it sounds very similar to how Kurt Burrows even lost his ownership. It's pretty much the flip of things. This is what I'm saying. The tactics that he learned from Kurt, he just applied it in a more evil way, in a more evil, cynical way. It's crazy. It's literally crazy how he did this. Okay, so this is pretty much just a reiteration of things of the plaintiff's 24% ownership in May 1996 in this incident, and the lawyers and the John Doe. Okay, so let's go down to a couple of things here. So we got the parties, of course. Just a couple of things I want to go down to. Okay, so jurisdiction and venue. Factual background. Okay, so plaintiff co-founded BBE alongside okay, so we know this part right here. Defendant Janice Smalls. Oh, so wait a minute. This part wasn't included though. This part wasn't included. You see what that says right there? Plaintiff co-founded BBE alongside defendant Janice Smalls and owned a 25% stake in the business. What did he say originally? He said that him and Sean did. Him and Diddy did. That's something to note right there. Okay? So wait a minute. Now I feel like I'm wrong. Because, well, slightly. Because remember I said that I thought that he had just found out that she owned everything. From what this says, He already knew. He literally already knew. He already knew that she owned everything. This is what I'm saying. He literally waited until the coast was all the way clear, the lawyers are gone, and he's in jail to sue Janice. Because there's nobody to defend her. There's literally no way to defend her whatsoever. That's a key chess move right there. That's checkmate, like a motherfucker right now, with Janice being sued over this publishing. This is crazy checkmate right here. Crazy checkmate by Kurt Burrows. Now that I'm thinking about it, just with this first statement right here, that she, alongside Janice Smalls, and owned a 25% stake in the business. It says plaintiff also served as BBE's chief operating, also CEO pretty much, and general manager, handling operational and management responsibilities integral to the BBE success. Janice Smalls co-founded BBE with plaintiff and relied heavily on plaintiff's managerial expertise and financial resources to establish the company. Despite this, defendant Smalls reneged on promises of equitable ownership and profit sharing, choosing instead to exploit plaintiff's contributions for her financial enrichment. Look at this from back in the day. Look at this. He has the original manager business card. Talk about keeping the receipts, yo. Talk about keeping the receipt. He's got his original business card, yo. From way back in the 90s. The original bad boy logo, yo. Crazy. Even has the New York address. He's making sure you know. And he goes to picture of him and Kenny. And now, what's interesting about this picture? Okay, so Kenneth Masalis, serving as legal counsel for BBE, played an instrumental role in facilitating the incorporation and operational structure of the company. Now, besides Kenny right here, right? Kenny's right here on the he's actually right next to Kurt in the picture. Above Kenny, I wish you guys could actually see my pointer. Above Kenny is Diddy in this picture. It's just like a line right here. Now it's crazy how this whole little section right here leads like together, right? So this bald head guy is actually in a case with Diddy right now. What the hell is his name? Pierre. The other guy, Pierre. This is Harvey Pierre right here in the gray shirt. So look, Harvey Pierre in the gray shirt all the way to the right. Then you look to his left is Kurt. Right next to Kurt is Kenny. Right above Kenny is Puff. And hell, if I ain't know any better, it looks like Big is right there in the back on the right. Like literally right there in the back on the right. Now, there's some other notable faces in this picture, but I can't remember their names right now. But Chico's over here. Blame it on Chico. Chico's in the back on the left. So I know Biggie's in this picture on the right. Because that's Chico over there. I kept saying to myself, oh, that's Chico. This is a crazy picture right here. Crazy picture from the past. And I feel like she stands out too with the gold hair. I just can't think of who she is right now. But like seeing just the bad boy street team and everybody right here, like this is a crazy picture. This is a crazy picture right here. I feel like D-Dot's somewhere in here, but I don't see him. I feel like a young D. Oh, there he is. He's right behind Harvey. Now I see him. He's behind Harvey. He's right behind Harvey, holding Harvey's shoulder. I see D Dot now. Now that D Dot is the bad rapper. Hey yo. Hey yo, for real, son. The mad rapper. That's D Dot. She had all their money. She didn't just have Big's money. She had everybody's money. That's why I wasn't even naming the other Bad Boy artists that were on the publishing, like Faith Evans. Like, you saw the entire Bad Boy roster, 112 total. Everybody is on Janice and Justin's publishing. So when Diddy is saying, oh, I can't give you back your publishing, the nigga literally couldn't. He didn't own it. Janice and Justin did. The nigga literally couldn't give it back. So even though he's being sarcastic about it and being an asshole, because he actually does, in technical legal terms, suing him for the publishing, you're always going to lose because he doesn't own it. Yeah, it's fucked up. He actually died broke because of Diddy. It is super crazy when you think about it. So Masalas prepared necessary documents, advised Smalls and Burrows on strategy and concealed material information related to the allocation of ownership interests, including plaintiffs agreed upon 25% equity stake, as well as his 15% share. BBE's annual BBE, by the way, is Bad Boy Entertainment, just so you guys know. Annual profits. Defendant Small, I'll just say that instead of BBE, it's Bad Boy Entertainment. Defendant Smalls knowingly benefited from plaintiff's financial and managerial contributions while deliberately excluding him from ownership rights and profit sharing. Plaintiff's contributions included significant seed funding, which paid for the services of Burt Paddle, a business manager and accountant at Kenneth Masalas as company attorney. And he goes, Kenny right here with the guy, with the attorney. Yeah, with the attorney. Mace had the funds. I'm curious why he didn't sue. He didn't need to. He literally didn't need to. He planted the seed for everybody else to. That's the genius to what Mace did. He literally was the one that planted the seeds in the soil for everybody, for all this to grow. If you think about it. If Janice has a stroke and passes away, it goes to Justin. That's what I said. Think of a domino that can duplicate itself. Something happens to Diddy, goes to Janice. Something happens to Janice, goes to Justin. And of course, Justin got a long way to go, so pretty much you already know who it goes to after that. It goes to either Quincy or Christian. So on and so forth. Him being Diddy being in jail kind of puts a monkey wrench on who gets it after Justin, though. That's the fucked up part. Well, for them anyway. It's the fucked up part for them. I don't know what I was trying to read right here. Yeah, Mason. Okay, I caught up. Plaintiff personally financed, conceptualized, and executed the foundation of Bad Boy Entertainment, ensuring its legal incorporation, financial stability, and strategic market positioning. Okay, so this part we actually we heard in the interview. We heard all this in the interview. That's why I played the interview, because literally all this entire lawsuit is pretty much everything he was saying in the interview. Ken Salas and Sean Combs engaged in the criminal activity. He's explaining the situation right here where they met him in the room with the bat. This is where the office was, where he worked at. Yeah, so this is where Kurt worked at right here. And him and Kenny and Diddy pretty much walked in on him with the bat. That's the thing. I think she does. I think she does have full access to the funds. Little do people know, she pretty much does have access. She's always had access. I mean, you literally just heard it in this very lawsuit that Janice and him started everything. Janice and Kirk started everything. So Kirk, like I said, Kirk knows that Janice has the money. That's why he's directly suing Janice. Let me go back up real quick, right? Where we at? 11:53. Go back up to the top, right? You don't see Diddy's name in this at all. You don't see Sean Combs, nothing. You don't see Bad Boy's name, nothing. He's directly suing Janice, with the note of a couple of other people that are included with Janice, but at the same time, he's directly suing Janice because he knows Janice is the one that owns everything. So, where we at? After Kenneth Marsalis, Esquire, and Sean Combs' criminal actions, plaintiff called defendant Smalls seeking guidance and assistance. Oh wow, that's crazy. She pretended she was unaware of Kenny Marsalis and Sean Combs' actions. Plaintiff recently learned that this was a lie. She was pretty much, and that's what he was saying in the interview, that she pretty much was the co-conspirator of all this. That's the other thing right here, right? You have to think about. Janice, for him to know that Janice was the co-conspirator of taking his ownership is why he's doing what he's doing and why he's suing Janice directly. Because if it wasn't for Janice getting in Diddy's ear saying, hey, you should take your ownership from Kirk and take the whole thing, renegotiate his contract to where you own everything, and then give him back his own little piece, but under your own pretenses. This was Janice's coercion, is what he's saying. Had nothing to do with Diddy just saying, yo, I just want my publishing, I'm going to renegotiate. Remember, Diddy is not the brightest bulb in the pack. We all know that from his actions and his decision making. That nigga is not the brightest bulb in the pack. Remedial, okay? Damn near at this point. Blue Lotus, what's going on? I miss y'all too. Man. I miss y'all too. Trust me when I tell you, Blue Lotus, I miss doing this, but it's better when I do it this way. It's better when I do it this way because we not only get to catch up on things a little bit easier, but it takes a load off me being drained. At the same time, I'm trying to get the gaming channel up, so that's another thing too. I want you guys. I'm glad of the subscribers that do go over there. If you guys do enjoy gaming or watching streamers, you know we have the Jill Murray gaming channel now, and it's officially up and live and running. I've been on it for the past couple of days. Tomorrow I'll be streaming Hogwarts Legacy. Rest of the weekend, more Rivals and some other things. But yeah, if you want to watch some gaming, just chill and game with us, definitely do that. I've been trying to get that up. I've been thinking about what Free B said too, getting a Discord together for us too. I was thinking about doing that. And then having a night where you guys pick the topics. Like literally you guys pick everything we talk about. You watched it for a sec yesterday? Yeah, the last one we did with Drake was long. Yeah, that's the thing. She's the actual bank of all this. And like I said, Kirk knows that. Kirk knows who to really go to. That's why he didn't sue Diddy at all. No Bad Boy. He didn't even sue Bad Boy Entertainment because he's the one that started it with Janice. So it's like, yeah, I'm suing Janice because Janice is the one that did all this shit. Just like he's in jail right now and Janice has all the money. That's why Diddy's probably not necessarily worried about financials as far as the kids go or anybody else goes that he was paying. Janice is literally taking care of all that. That's why he knew who to sue. So, although she was not physically present with Kenny Mousalis and Sean Combs committed the crime, defendant Smalls later falsely denied knowledge of her involvement in the coercion and fraudulent involuntary transfer, despite directly benefiting from the wrongful acts. Plaintiff's ownership interest was transferred to defendant Smalls, resulting in her 100% control of the label. Right there. Kenneth Mousalis and Sean Combs acted in concert with defendant Smalls to orchestrate the fraudulent involuntary transfer of plaintiff's ownership and interest, concealed material facts to ensure plaintiff remained unaware of the extent of their conspiracy. He talks about his relationship with Diddy. We pretty much know about that already and how they started the company together and the general manager. But here's the kicker right here. Plaintiff, as Mary J. Blige's business advisor, exposed and corrected these fraudulent transactions, renegotiated her contracts, and successfully bought her out of financial ruin. Plaintiff was the architect behind Mary J. Blige's resurgence, securing one of her most commercially successful tracks, Family Affair. Let's get it crunk up on it, by negotiating a production deal with Dr. Dre. Now, let me back up a little bit, okay? Let's back up a little bit because the rabbit hole get a little bit crazy with Miss Mary J. when we start getting into this part right here. So, among the most egregious acts of misconduct, Sean Combs deliberately obstructed plaintiff's management contract with Mary J. Blige. An artist whom plaintiff rescued from financial collapse due to Mr. Combs' prior mismanagement and fraudulent financial dealings. Yes, he did, Lulu. Dapper Dan woke it up on Janice. This is wild right here, though. Like the incorporation, and he didn't even say Celebrity 1 or Celebrity 2. No, I helped Mary J. fucking Blige when that dude Diddy fucked her over. While she was dancing at all his birthday parties and celebrations and toasting to him and looking away while she toasting and whatnot. Look at the truth. Look, lo and behold, the truth. Who's been the dancing monkey on the stage the whole time with the clapper? This is crazy. And this is why you've been the dancing monkey on the stage. He bought you. He bought you from Kurt. This is wild. This is wild to even know that now. He bought her from Kurt. Like how a pimp pretty much just takes someone's girl, bruh. This is literally what this happened. So Combs engaged in fraudulent financial schemes, inflating Mary J. Blige's expense accounts by charging unauthorized expenses, fabricated service fees, and luxury purchases under false pretenses. He literally sabotaged her account and made it look like she ruined herself. The illicit transactions included charging personal expenses to artists' accounts, such as designer clothing, private jets, luxury vacations, and unauthorized gifts. Pretty much, yes, the blueprint of corruption. Like, dog. And see, that's the crazy part, right? And you've heard artists talk about this all the time. Hell, TLC was like, yo, it ended up being paid out of our contract. So the only thing we had left, was these 3 little Hondas that we got in the crib. What? That's literally what happened here. So pretty much if you're, say Mary J. Blige puts out an album, she's made $30 million from the album. But Diddy's now charged, say, $5 million here for the promotion. $20 million for the private jet that you want taking pictures on, right? Say the other $20 million. Right now, I'll say that's we're at 25. So another $5 million went to, I don't know, the luxury clothing and your jewelry that you wear. Right? He pretty much paid for your lifestyle out of your pocket, by the money that you already recouped. But because you already spent all that money, now you owe the label for what we actually put you. What we invested in you. We didn't invest shit. We just used the money that you paid. Watch too much reality. What's happening? Yes, that's what I'm saying. Exactly. I didn't even know you're right. You're right. I didn't even notice your comment. I did not even notice that. But yes, absolutely. Labels been doing this for years, where you think that they're just investing in you and giving you $30 million. No, that shit coming out of your pockets. That, whatever this album make, that shit coming out of your pocket, nigga. Taxes, industry taxes, nigga. And you still got to pay on the taxes for the money that you made. So yeah, you made $30 million, but we made you spend that whole $30 million. And it made you say, oh yeah, you owe us $30 million. Because we spent $30 million on you. No, I spent $30 million on me that I made already. But you didn't tell me I made it. I just spent it without you telling me I made it. It's a huge pull stuck up the ass way of dealing with artists. It's crazy work. It's crazy. This, like, the way that this is described, expense accounts by charging unauthorized expenses, fabricated service fees, luxury purses under the jets, the vacations, the unauthorized gifts, and designer clothing alone, bruh. Imagine your label telling you, yeah, we spent all that on you, but we really didn't. It's crazy. It reminds me of the scene in Too Deep with LL Cool J playing the character God, and he's got the guy on the pool table and he has the pool stick, and let's just say the guy was naked. That's what this reminds me of. Just listening to this. Yes, that's what I'm saying. Like it's are you trying to say with the names, like the Bad Boy LLC, Bad Boy Entertainment, things like that? Because yeah, that would be exactly why you see it. Like I said, it's a self stacking domino, a domino that could duplicate itself pretty much. So where we at? Oh, look at this right here. Okay, so one of the most egregious examples of financial fraud involved Combs' obsession with Tupac Shakur. He attempted to mimic Tupac's style, purchasing Versace silk shirts and expensive accessories for himself while falsely expensing the purchases to Mary J's account. What? Dog. All right, now hold on. Slow down. Wait a minute. Watch this. Ready? Please tell me this is it. Yep, here we go. Bruh. Let me cook.
You heard about how Diddy, he added 2 new lawyers to his legal team in hopes of getting bail?
I think it's a waste of money. The lawyer wasn't that good. The lawyer that he had wasn't that good based on some of the stuff that I heard. I don't know for sure. He got money to waste. Ice Cube would melt in hell quick before a judge even decide to give him bail. He lost his mind. Ain't no way a judge gonna give him bail. With information like that that's coming to his chambers, and now they saying it's some minors. But I blame all this stuff on the federal government too, bro. I blame a lot of this stuff on the federal government. You know, because you gotta look at it like this, bro. Is that Pac was trying to do that, Diddy did this whole little voter campaign and talking about he was going to get black people together and they was going to unite black people so we could have like one black vote or something like that. That's the same shit that if you look at the BLM that Pac was trying to do. This man is just taking a script from Pop, and that's why he got in trouble, bro. He's going back and reading some of the stuff that Pac did. Pac was trying to do that Black Liberation Movement. And in that Black Liberation Movement, he was talking about black people uniting and having one cause and one vote.
Boom. So me and someone was over, we talking about this, right? And I played it on the pod before. Remember when Diddy, and this is just a side note. This is a side note, not to get too far off, but this is all linking together. As I said, let me cook. Remember when Diddy did the whole 2016 campaign and it was very much fuck Donald Trump? Yeah, that part. Remember that 2016 run where he was like, fuck Donald Trump in the interview talking to Charlemagne? We're going to get all the black people together, unite everyone. That's what Big Gene's talking about. That is what Gene Deal's talking about. And like I said, I didn't catch on to what me and this person was talking about, but like I said, yeah, pretty much broke the rules of, and not even necessarily breaking the rules, but you were doing something that we already killed someone before for the same thing. The same thing that you're doing right now with trying to unite people. We just killed Pac for this. And now you're trying to do it? Okay. We're not going to kill you yet. We got something else for you. Oh, shoot. I didn't mean to do that.
Like say, if we think this candidate, whether Republican or Democrat, he was saying the same thing that I read that Pac did and what Pac was saying. Just like he said that stuff at the Grammys, that's the same thing Pac has said. So now people trying to go back and say that, you know, he caught this problem that he caught right now because of he was getting his voting stuff together. No, he caught this one problem because of one thing. He bit the hand that was feeding him.
Boom.
And they gonna show that this is what we do to y'all when you get out of line. And that's why he having the issues, and that's why he having the problem he having right now. And, bro, he might be spending the rest of his life there.
Okay. So, I had to play this particular one and not the older one where Gene was talking about his obsession with Pac because, like I said, I wanted everything to, like I said, tie in with what he was saying about the obsession with Pac. Now, there is another interview, of course, where he does mention it in deeper detail.
Everybody knew that Puff took Tupac blueprint and changed Biggs and Bad Boy in image. I Get Around talked about how fly you was, how many girls you mess with, how many cars you drive, how much money you got, what you willing to do. He took his image. Pac was the first one on the scene wearing Versace shirts.
Now, isn't that something? So when everybody was all Pac, you don't know what you talking about. He ain't take your style. He ain't jacking your style. They ain't taking my shit. This is coming from someone that was in the camp.
He went and got the same Versace shirts Pac had. Which, all right, some dudes would do that. You would never catch me wearing something else, something that somebody else got. He was knocking down all the women that he thought Pac was knocking down. And what I mean is having sex with them. Why would you want to have sex with women you know for sure a dude that was once cool with you was dealing with? That's that image. Because you got to realize, bruh, Puff and Pac was cool at one time. We know this. Mopreem said that they was going to sign the Bad Boy. So if he's going to sign to Bad Boy, it was because of Corey and them. I put that picture on the internet. I put the picture on my channel of Corey Jones. Is Corey Jones, Corey Jacobs? I think Corey Jacobs and Pac right next to each other. Those was the real bad boys of Bad Boy. You understand? Those are the ones who got the 16 to life sentence. That Pac was going to go and be with them first. But then Mopreem said when it became just Big and Puff, because Corey then went to jail, he changed his direction. But nobody know why Pac and Puff fell out like they did. You understand what I'm saying? Nobody know why. But Puff had an obsession with him for whatever reason it was, because he started wanting to act. He started wanting to rap. He had an obsession so bad that at his Grammy Award winning speech, he used the same speech that Pac used. That shit is crazy. So when I say I'm obsessed with talking about Puff and telling y'all the truth, who's obsessed with who? Pac had Sarah before Puff. Allegedly he had Sally before Puff. And Kim had an obsession or liked Pac so much, she on the red carpet with Tupac shirt on. Who's obsessed with who?
So you believe Diddy, he only got with Sarah Chapman because Pac, he had her at one point.
And it was a bet in the office. Sarah was messing with an NBA basketball player. Puff bet all the niggas didn't believe that he could get it within 2 weeks. $100. So she actually was a $100 bet that he got.
And who was the NBA player?
I think it was Gary Payton, allegedly. That's what he said. Somebody said, she messed with Gary Payton? I bet you I get it. I bet you I have it within 2 weeks. Me and him and Sarah went to this party in Chicago.
The funny resemblance of Gary Payton and Tupac.
That he was hosting with the Streets Entertainment. And we went to the store called Cranberry and I forgot Cranberry, and it's one of those stores like you get fragrance and you get candles, colognes and stuff like that. It's called Cranberry and something. And from that point on, you had her. But you gotta realize Misa and Kim was friends. Misa and Kim was friends. He started dealing with Kim over Misa. Kim and Sarah was friends. I mean, hand to hand, pots and pans. They was close. They all used to, Sarah, Kim, and this other girl, I think she was from Atlanta. What's her name? It missed me right now. But they all used to hang together. So then he went from Kim to Sarah. And he liked to do the friend thing. It looked like that.
Okay, so, right? And I'm thinking about something now, right? Hold on. Talking about one to share women, one to have ownership of women, right? The obsession, right? 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 Do I present the meal or what when I cook? Anyway, all right, so I guess back to the contract now that we're you figured out where I was going with this now, right? So again, it's I'm the crazy thing that you're saying about that Free B, right? He wanted to claim what Quincy couldn't. That's why he was obsessed with Pac. Talking about Quincy Jones, right? It's absolutely true. And that's like a crazy rabbit hole that I don't want to go down, but I do believe that's a crazy long ladder of a rabbit hole. Just Quincy, the connection between the Quincy Jones, Diddy, and Pac. That's a crazy rabbit hole in itself. I know it is. I already know it is. I already know that one is crazy. But yes, not a lot of people knew about Mary J. Blige and Pac back in the day. Not a lot of people knew about that. I'll play it for you guys. Fuck it.
This is a classic photo of the famous female singer Mary J. Blige. Did you know there was a time where she dated Tupac? Back in 1996, when Tupac was on death row, he was affiliated with the singer who was called KC of Jodeci, who sung this classic hook on this classic Tupac song. Mary J. Blige and KC.
Danny Boy days. You heard who was on that Danny Boy days. So imagine, so the connection there would be Danny Boy, pretty much. The bridge, pretty much, because she was fucking Danny Boy too.
They were dating and had been dating for 12 years. What happened was that KC and Mary J. Blige had an argument and called up Tupac to come and save her. It was rumored that Mary J. Blige ran into the streets into Tupac's car, and Tupac drove her to the Peninsula Hotel. It was rumored that after this, Tupac and Mary J. Blige started seeing each other after this. It is also rumored that on the classic Tupac song, Can You Get Away?, Tupac wanted Mary J. Blige to sing the hook of the song for him.
All right, so let me just say this, right? If I already went as far as saying that Biggie and Pac were possibly bisexual, I might as well go ahead and say this, right? This is a hot take, but I'm pretty much saying that this is very factual. So far from what we're seeing, majority of the R&B girls from the 90s were straight hoes. I'm just gonna say it. Majority of the girls from the R&B section of the 90s were hoes. From Faith Evans to Mary J. Straight hoes. Okay? So we can't ignore this anymore. All right? We just cannot ignore this part anymore. Because for you to be fucking Casey, Danny Boy, and Pac at the same time, all right? Like, let's be honest here. Let's be honest here. let's just be honest here, right? And in Faith getting passed around the way she was, like, come on now. Let's really be honest here. The bad boy women were hoes, yo. The bad boy women were all hoes, unfortunately. Crazy work. Right, that's how they got on back in the day, unfortunately. Literally, it's crazy work. But if you really think about it, majority of them were just getting passed around, yo. It's wild. It's wild. Man. Yeah, Misa. That's what I'm saying. All of them. It was just getting passed the fuck around. And like Gene was just saying, majority of the women Diddy had, Pac had first. A la Mary J. Blige. Crazy work. Crazy work. All right, so now we tied everything back in. Let's get back into more Mary J. T that's in here. Okay. These illicit, excuse me. Oh, we read this part. Yeah, okay, so this is where we left off at. Oh, excuse me. Damn. This is where we left off at. Where we at? 10, 11. Where you at, Mary? Where you at, Mary? Here we go. All right. I didn't want to skip over where Pac was. Okay, so he attempted to mimic Tupac's style, purchasing Versace silk shirts, expensive accessories for himself, while falsely expensing these purchases to Mary J. Blige's artist account. How petty was this shit, right? If you think about it now, that Pac was fucking Mary, and he knew that, and he's just charging everything that she's getting to. He's charging everything that he's getting through her shit. It's crazy work right there. It's crazy work right there. Yes, Danny Boy was a minor. He talked about that in the interview. We don't have to play that right now, but yeah, Danny Boy was definitely a minor. He talked about that too. He was like, I ain't gonna talk about what you did with me, Mary J. He said it just like that. I ain't gonna talk about what you did, but yeah. Plaintiff as Mary J. Blige's business advisor exposed and corrected these fraudulent transactions, renegotiated her contracts, and successfully brought her out of financial ruin. Kurt was the architect behind Mary J. Blige's resurgence. securing one of the most commercially successful track, Family Affair. Retaliation for Kurt refusal to condone financial misconduct, Sean Combs, aided by Kenneth Masalis, deliberately orchestrated the termination of Kurt's contracts, ensuring that Kurt was completely blacklisted from the music industry. Combs and his associates interfered with Kurt's business deals, intimidated industry executives, and ensured that plaintiff was excluded from any new opportunities, effectively crippling his career and financial stability. Crazy thing, every time I hear about Kenny Masalis, it's through some wicked business dealings. Like, he's heavily named in the Biggie and Tupac documentary. Like, heavily named Kenny Masalis. So I'm wondering now if he's also connected to Pac's killing. I'm very like I'm almost like 75% sure he is. If not 85. Damn near 90. Like the way his name is just coming up and the people that he's connected to. Cuz Kenny is also connected to Suge. You see what I'm saying? So that's what Kenny's name popped up. It pops up too much for him to not be connected to one of those killings. I'm just saying. It just has to be. All right, but so Combs and his associates appear with, okay, so yeah, defendant Sean Combs from Janice Combs coordinated a scheme to deprive Kurt not only of his rightful earnings, but also of his ability to earn a living, forcing him into financial destitution and professional exile. Defendant Smalls contacts Kurt for help creating a Bad Boy documentary. As recently as 2020, Janice contacted Kurt, seeing his assistance in creating a historical documentary about the label. In exchange for Kurt agreed and prepared a detailed production treatment, including records, photos, and other evidence from the label's history. Yo, this sounds so conniving when you think about it and reading it right here, right? For creating the documentary, right? What if Janice was really doing this just to see how much information Kurt had? Like literally saying, oh, all right, let me contact Kurt, see how much dirt he really got on us in case something goes down. Because this is 2020, right? So this is a little bit before shit about to hit the fan. This is right before shit is about to hit the fan and rumors are circling around the industry. People stop fucking with Diddy. Parties are stopping. All this shit, right? COVID, right? This is around that same time. So I'm saying to myself, this is Janice, what sounds like to me, Janice is fishing to see what Kurt has. It's not just to do a fucking documentary. It's to see what he has. It has to be. So Janice used Kurt's contributions to advance her project, but refused to compensate Kurt or include him in the production, breaching their agreement. This conversation was one of many conversations between plaintiff and Ms. Smalls, where plaintiff questioned her knowledge and involvement with the 1996 stock takeover, as she had done on multiple occasions. Janice intentionally lied, denying any knowledge and involvement. Of course, well, whatever part. 2024 plaintiff, through legal counsel, discovered that Smalls had been lying about her involvement in the forced involuntary transfer to Kurt's ownership interest, that she was direct beneficiary of the conspiracy orchestrated by Kenneth Masalis, Sean Combs, and others. As previously stated, Kurt was pivotal figure in the creation and success of Bad Boy Entertainment. Okay, so that's it. This is the part where they start reiterating things. And they got the background relationship of Kurt and Janice. Wow, look how long. Wow. Pictures worth 1,000 words, ain't they? Because you see how happy Kurt in all these pictures, you see the same smile from Kurt. You see the same big ass smile from Kurt. This is someone that was just literally just happy to be there, happy to help people. Does Janice Smalls have a publishing page? I wouldn't be surprised if she does. Let me see. Possibly. Nah, it would have came up. It would have came up in the Discord. It would have came up in the Discog. Wild. Look at that. This is a domino that stacks itself. Janice Combs Music, Janice Combs Music Inc., Janice Combs Music Publishing, Janice Combs Publishing Inc. A self-stacking domino, guys. Self-stacking domino. Fucking crazy. Because when I click on these, right? Whole nother set. Whole nother set with 80 submissions. I click on the other one. This is one submission. Color Me Bad is in that one. Fucking crazy. This one has 176. Oh, wait. 50 cents Power to Dollars in there. That's wild. I don't know why Princess Diana's in there. That's a wild one right there. That's a wild card. Princess Diana is a wild card. It's just crazy how he was just so happy and gullible to be there, yo. He was super just happy and gullible to be there. Look at this. Him and Justin. Little did Kirk know that Justin would be owning some publishing from when he was a baby. You know how much shit did he put in his name when he was a kid? Like, not just a restaurant. Like, he still has Justin's. I think Justin's is still around, isn't it? Justin's restaurant is still around. You're still around. Oh, that's open till 4. That's crazy. In fact, let me see something. Oh no, it's shutting down. Okay. It was 2012. Oh yeah, no, it is shut down. Okay, that's what I figured. It shut down. That's what I figured. I thought it did. I thought it did. Yeah, this is Justin's right here. The restaurant and bar. I think it's abandoned now. Yeah, it's abandoned now. Crazy how long Kurt been around though. But this is further proof. Like, you can present, this is easy work to a judge. Like, this is light work. This is light work. Just all the proof that Kirk has of him being around back in the day. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. There go Kirk right there with the black suit on. There goes Diddy right there holding his baby. Holding baby Justin. I believe that's Misa over there. It was Murry right there. Yeah, Murray's right here in the white. Mary J. Blige over here on the far left. Wow. I'm saying he has proof. He has literal, like, legitimate proof of everything. What's this here? In the summer of 1992, after Sean Combs' abrupt termination from Uptown Records by Andre Harrell, Combs spiraled into deep. Okay, this is the part where he talked about the Deep Depression and how he helped him back. Like I said, the reason why I'm just skimming through a lot of this is because this is why I played the interviews beforehand. Because everything, literally everything in this lawsuit, he just said verbatim in the interviews. Verbatim. From talking about the depression and him recovering, Sean back. Everything excluding the Mary J. Blige thing. That's why I stopped at the Mary J. Blige thing. Because that's the part that he hasn't said yet. He has not talked about that publicly too much. He hasn't gotten into detail with that too much. But yeah. Majority of this is pretty much what he said in the interview. And this is the discovery of fraud. For several years, Kurt has endured immense financial hardship, leading to homelessness and prolonged periods of living in shelters across New York City. Wow. God bless Kurt. Deprived his rightful 25% ownership stake in Bad Boy and his 15% share of company profits. Kurt was deliberately forced into financial ruin as part of a coordinated effort to deprive him of legal recourse and investigate resources. Like, that's why he was saying pretty much just blackballed him and just threw him out on the street before he gave his ownership back to him. And this is the first cause of action, the fraudulent concealment. That's just a reiteration of earlier. Okay, so yeah, we pretty much got into everything that's in this particular lawsuit. Because like I said, everything that's in the lawsuit, he already went over in literally inside the interview. So now Miss Janice Combs is the dog having her day. Every dog has its day. Fucking insane. Like, all right, so look at this, right? Notice this, right? Janice, we're on just Janice Combs alone, right? Let's just do this in order if we want to, right? Then publishing by itself, music by itself, that by itself, that by itself. Was that it? I think that was it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I have 1, 3, 4, 5. Okay. So Janice Combs, right? 5 submissions in here. How Trey Songz is in here, I don't know. Twisted, Mariah Carey. Okay. Of course, Diddy and Christina Aguilera record. Makes sense to have that. The publishing one we know about, right? Music has 80. Yo-Yo is in here. I don't know why. Cool Keith. Oh my God. Ellie Goulding. Wow, I love some Ellie Goulding. I love Ellie Goulding's music. That's real dubstep right there, Ellie Goulding. That's real singing too, Ellie Goulding. Crazy Work. R. Kelly is in here. And an old club edition R. Kelly album at that. Of course, all Biggie shit is in here. Like all of Biggie shit in here. Like the 12-inch vinyl, One More Chance, to the single. Everything. The Mind's Eye, what's going on? Yo, you know what's crazy? What had happened was, it's funny you say that because remember we talked about how he did the interview for the Love album, and he was talking about how him and Babyface literally were trying to conjure up Kim's spirit to make us a record, and we went down the timeline of when he made that record to all the shit that happened after he made that. Like literally everything that he made after that fucking record of trying to conjure Kim's spirit to talk to her and say he misses her and love her. Everything that happened after that, from the Cassie lawsuit to this lawsuit, I'm talking about a fucking domino effect of death. Just followed this nigga. I should say a black shadow just followed this nigga of just bad luck. Like, you conjuring my spirit? You conjured my spirit of all people? My spirit. Kim, you conjured me after killing, allegedly. You conjured me. Immediately talks to Sloan Bella. Let me tell you something, Sloan. I got this up my sleeve for this nigga. Oh, I'm about to cook his ass. Went to Sloan Bella's and said, I'm about to cook his ass. Watch November. You talk to me? You had the nerve to want to talk to me? I'm cooking your ass for the next 4 years. Oh my gosh. Medusa, what's going on? Yo, it was on the Bad Boy remix. Okay. That makes sense. But see, that's the thing. Even like the Keisha Cole record, right? The Keisha Cole record you would think would be on there, but it's not the actual record that he did with Keisha Cole. It's the record that she did with Kanye. It's just those crazy little incidences. I don't know who DJ David Knapp is. Of course, this section just has a lot of the Bad Boy artists. Craig Mack, Total. Just like a horse run. This 3 hour mark, I tell you. Gorilla Black is in here. This is crazy work. Gorilla Black, especially after they said, see, this was the wild part, right? The timing of Gorilla Black was very terrible. When I say terrible, terrible. So Biggie dies, right? And I want to say maybe 2 years, 3 tops. Gorilla Black comes out next to Diddy, and it looks horrid. How dare you? Okay, let me show you something, right? And this is why, like, even just looking at Gorilla Black and him being next to Diddy, you wanted to smack the living fuck out of him. Just look at the title, Gorilla Black, on people accusing him of sounding like Biggie. Bruh. When this came out, bruh, when Gorilla City, when he came out, bruh, it was so bad for Gorilla Black. It was so bad for him because everybody was like, "You ain't no damn Biggie. You a fake ass Biggie, bruh." It was so bad for Diddy to be standing next to that. Like, crazy, again, crazy work. How dare you? That was a how fucking dare you, dog. How dare you? Gorilla Black right after Biggie passes. How dare you? Cash Crew, again, old Biggie shit. Nicki Minaj Queen. I'm confused by that one too. All these various albums. Veronica, I have no idea how Veronica. My uncle had an album by Veronica, a CD record or something by Veronica. I can't remember. I know that. I bet you if I play that record too, it's gonna stand out to me. I played a different time, of course, but I know that record's gonna stand out to me. Look at that. That's crazy. I think somebody mentioned that earlier. I think it was Free B. I didn't realize that there might be a connection between Metro Boomin and Diddy. Because look, Metro Boomin's in here. Like, why is Heroes and Villains? Like, that's a recent album, bro. 2022. Like, why is Metro Boomin in Janice Combs Music? Publisher affiliated with BMI. This is a whole separate music publishing. This is a whole catalog ownership. This is a whole separate catalog ownership. And Metro Boomin is in it. What? What? Like, so a lot of this shit is not from, like I said, from the 90s or early 2000s. Even like, look, Cool Keith is 2017, bro. Bad Boy is way out of business in 2017. Think about that, right? 2020, 2022, 2017. Like, Bad Boy is out of business. 2018. But Bad Boy is out of business like early 2000 already. Whatever last album Machine Gun Kelly did, okay? Like, bruh, this is wild. Yeah, he thinks everybody's replaceable. Literally everybody. Victor Calderon, Quest, Veronica. Why is Lloyd Banks writing Apple in here? Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy. Why is Lloyd Banks? That's my album too. That's my shit. I'm about to play that tonight. I am playing that tonight, smoking to it. God damn it. I am playing Survival tonight. This is my shit, Ryan Apple. Y'all don't know. Y'all don't know. Look at Janice Combs Publishing. Then this one's separate. Janice Combs Music Inc. So this is separate from Janice Combs Music. This is Janice Combs Music Inc. And this one just has, looks like just Color Me Bad in here. It's crazy. My ex was a huge Color Me Bad fan. They were the original white boy black group. If you think about it, back in the day. Then this one was Janice Combs Music Publishing. So this is separate from, as you can see, this is Janice Combs Publishing. Then you have Janice Combs Music Publishing. This one has just 9 songs in it. Got the Cherry Dennis in here, Mario Winans, Danny Kane, of course, all Bad Boy stuff. Brian McKnight. I was here for this. Oh, this is a Crush on You. Okay, I thought this was Crush on You. No, this is a different one. It's a different one. But I was there for the Crush on You video that he did, because he did it in my neighborhood. And then Janice Combs Publishing Inc. So this one had 176 songs in it. So this one has more than the other one that had 113. So this one has 113 publishing. So the Publishing Inc. has another 176 separate. And look who's at the top of the list. 50 Cent, Power of the Dollar. I have no clue why Janice Combs owns anything of 50 Cent related. Like anything whatsoever. Anything. Why is Power of the Dollar in your discography, lady? I'm very like I'm very confused by seeing 50 Cent, Power of the Dollar of all things in your catalog. Jamie Kennedy and Stu Stone. Wow. Like the fucking comedian and actor Jamie Kennedy, crazy work. Bad Meets Evil, that's Eminem. That's Eminem and Royce the 5'9", Bad Meets Evil. That's what I'm saying. Why is Royce the 5'9" and Eminem album in your discog? Like Big Pun, Fat Joe. This is sticking out to me too. Destiny's Child is in here. Tony Braxton, Jimmy Fallon, Queen Latifah. Bro, this list is more sinister than the fucking Epstein list, which we're going to get into in a second. This is more sinister than the goddamn Epstein list. This is crazy. Beyonce, Crazy in Love Again, Jennifer Lopez, Jimmy Kennedy again, Danny King. Fucking B2K is in here. B2K first album. Ironically, their first album, because the first album is where allegedly people say they got raped. I ain't talking about financially. Sugar Babes. I thought that was Sugar. I don't know why I thought that was Sugar Bear. All about you. I don't know why I thought that when I saw Sugar Babes. 50 Cent featuring Destiny's Child, Thug Love. Okay, so there's definitely a connection here with Beyonce. There's definitely something to do with Beyonce. There's something there. Because why do you have like the Korean or Japanese version of Destiny's Child's album on here? And then you have Crazy in Love. You have all the Destiny's Child's works. Like something is definitely wrong here. Yes, prayers to Raz. I definitely will say that prayers to Raz B, because you can see like someone like, or he's similar to like Orlando Brown, right? You can tell something happened somewhere along the way in the industry. Something happened to him that traumatized him, and is the reason why he is acting the way he acts. Literally that. So, like, and it's crazy you say that, Watch Too Much Reality, because when I first heard about the shit and then started seeing Raz B's reaction, not reaction, but his videos of him confessing the shit that happened, I'm like, yo, that's sad. That, and this is before, of course, I guess you could say woke culture on people being sexually assaulted and trafficking and things like that. This is pre that. So him whistleblowing and saying, yo, this, that, and third happened, and nobody believing him. Everybody just thinking he's like Kanye crazy. And the whole time Raz B was telling the truth. I think it was him and the I forgot the other one named, the brown skin one, was pretty much just telling the truth. Like, yo, yes, the predators signed us, pretty much. Predators pretty much signed us. A predator signed us, literally. Lion Babe. I have no idea who the fuck that is. But yeah, there's something in there with Destiny's Child and Beyonce. This is something with Beyonce, period. Because this sticks out to me, that 50 Cent Power the Dollars at the top of the list. And then included in that is a 50 Cent and Destiny's Child record specifically. Something is here with Beyonce. I have to figure out what the connection between Diddy and Beyonce is. There is something there. There is something. There's not. It's not a coincidence her name pops up with his now. It's not a coincidence. I have to figure out what the fuck it is now. I really do. Just seeing that alone is making me go down that rabbit hole. What is the connection with Beyonce and Diddy? There's something there. You know what? I have something real quick. I gotta play this because I have to use the bathroom. We're gonna get into let me see. Oh, okay, I got it.
Another jaw drop.
Hold on. Go back to chat. Because I got to use the bathroom.
Lawsuit filed against Sean Diddy Combs. This time, a wild accusation on the front page of this lawsuit, front and center, referencing Tupac, his murder, and an alleged threat to stay quiet. We're on the case, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Chris Stewart. This new lawsuit is just 7 pages long, but it details accusations that are graphic of rape, sexual assaults, and threats allegedly made by Combs in 2012. Let's dive into it. The lawsuit does not name the victim, but says John Doe worked for what's being called a male companion service out of Florida in 2012. It says Doe would travel to New York upon Combs' request. In one instance, Doe allegedly went to the Intercontinental Hotel in New York, and Combs is accused of ordering him to perform sex acts on a female companion. Doe claims that Combs had him drink from a water bottle, and then Combs rubbed baby oil on Doe's body. The lawsuit says that Doe felt like he had been drugged and not in complete control of his body, which may have been because of either the oil or what was in that water bottle. The suit says after multiple hours...
Now that lawsuit is out. I just didn't feel like paying the $50 for the one website, Pace Monitor. I did not feel like paying the $50 for it. So I'm waiting till the other copy of it leaks. Just like the Kurt Burrows lawsuit. I'm waiting till the other copy of it leaks in another couple of days. And probably a day or two I'll probably get it. But I mean, it's not much. Like, it's very short. So that's another reason why I'm not too privy on getting it, because number one, it's another John Doe, and we've read at least 15 of these fucking John Does. I don't care to really read this lawsuit, especially how short it is, but also understand how many times that you've heard about the baby oil bottles, a water bottle with drugs in it. It's all the same exact scenario. It's all the same exact scenario, except for one particular thing that keeps popping up and standing out.
Of being ordered to degrade and perform degrading acts on that female companion, John Doe tried to leave by going to the bathroom. And that's when the lawsuit accuses Combs of sexually assaulting John Doe while telling him to stay. The suit says Combs raped John Doe for 4 to 5 minutes before threatening him. Combs allegedly told the man, quote, "You better not say a word to anybody about this. Did you hear me?" And he continued by saying, quote, "I'm not bleeping playing with you."
What's always crazy about these scenarios, though, is the amount of times it's in a public scenario that immediately turns private, like it's a black shadow in the TV show that just casts over to him and the other person. You know what I mean? That's what it always sounds like. They paint this picture of they're in this setting of a public setting, and then all of a sudden this black shadow casts over Diddy and you, and it's just you getting raped, and then the lights go back on. That's what it makes it. That's what these lawsuits sound like.
Then in this lawsuit, John Doe accuses Combs of invoking the name of Tupac and his murder by saying this in quotes, "I'm not bleeping playing with you. If I can get Pac hit, what bleep do you think can happen to you?"
And see, that's what I'm saying. That is what stands out more than anything. And I think whatever lawyer put this together made sure to implement that, because the judge is going to say, "Hey, I've seen this before. I've seen this said before by another defendant, by another plaintiff. I've heard this particular statement of him bragging about this Tupac murder. Keefe D is saying he paid me for a Tupac murder. There's multiple people saying Diddy paid for a Pac murder. If I'm a judge and I'm seeing this, I am considering talking to the other judge that is dealing with Keefe D at this point. And this is why I keep saying Diddy is not going down necessarily for the trafficking as much as he will go down for this Pac killing.
Pac, aka Tupac, was killed in 1996 in a drive-by shooting in Nevada. While Combs and Tupac were on different ends of the East Coast, West Coast rap rivalry of the 90s, police never considered Combs a suspect in Tupac's murder, or they haven't said so publicly. Anything tying Diddy to Tupac has been speculation and part of the rumor mill. No solid, concrete facts. Currently, former LA area gang leader Dwayne Keefe D. Davis is charged with Tupac's murder. He's been the only person criminally charged in this case. The 61-year-old was arrested in September 2023 and has pleaded not guilty. Davis has tried to shift the blame for Tupac's murder to Combs in his court proceedings. In fact, in January, Davis's attorneys filed a motion to dismiss the charges against him, and in that motion, they include an interview that Davis gave to the FBI in 2008 multiple times. He mentions Combs, who went by Puffy back then. That's around the time of Tupac's death, but also the death of Combs' friend Christopher Wallace, who is known as the Notorious B.I.G., who was killed in 1997 in Los Angeles. One part reads, quote, "Davis does not know who killed the two rap stars. He believes that either individuals from New York associated with Puffy Combs or individuals associated with Death Row Records could have killed Shakur, who's Tupac, and that individuals associated with Death Row Records killed Wallace." It's important to note that Davis has told conflicting stories related to the circumstances surrounding Tupac's death over the years. And again, Las Vegas police have never named Combs as a suspect in Tupac's murder. But the fact this new lawsuit involving John Doe accuses Combs of making threats and saying that he got, quote, Pac hit, certainly brings those accusations back into the spotlight. The rap mogul is still being held at the Metropolitan Detention Center, which is also known as MDC. It's in Brooklyn, as he's awaiting his sex trafficking trial that's slated to start in May 2025. Combs has been in custody since September of 2024, when authorities took him into custody at the Park Hyatt Hotel in New York. He's facing charges of racketeering conspiracy, sex trafficking through force, fraud, or coercion, and transportation to engage in prostitution. On the civil side, In November 2023, Combs' ex-girlfriend, Cassandra Ventura, who's the singer Cassie, filed an explosive lawsuit claiming Combs abused her mentally, physically, and sexually during their decades-long relationship. Combs settled that lawsuit just a day later for an unknown amount of money. But we have seen a wave of civil lawsuits, dozens filed against Combs since, including this newest one we're talking about by John Doe. The lawsuit also claims what John Doe went through was a gender-motivated assault. That's important because the suit points to the law window in New York City giving victims of sexual abuse the ability to file claims over assaults that happened anytime in the past. The window started March 1st, 2023. It will close March 1st of this year, 2025. The suit claims that Combs would not have allegedly assaulted John Doe if John Doe had been a female. I did reach out to the attorneys who filed this lawsuit on behalf of John Doe for further comment that we could include in our reporting, but at the time of this recording, they have not responded. I also reached out to attorneys for Sean Diddy Combs for their reaction to this lawsuit, and this is the statement they sent me. It reads, no matter how many lawsuits are filed, especially by individuals who refuse to put their own names behind their claims, it won't change the fact that Mr. Combs has never sexually assaulted or sex trafficked anyone, man or woman, adult or minor. We live in a world where anyone can file a lawsuit for any reason. Fortunately, a fair and impartial judicial process exists to find the truth, and Mr. Combs is confident he will prevail in court. In other news involving Sean Combs this week, his mom is being sued by his former right-hand man. The lawsuit by Kirk Burrows, who you see here, accuses Janice Smalls, who's Diddy's mom, of colluding with her son to illegally seize Burrows' control of Combs' label Bad Boy Entertainment. The suit claims that Burrows was a co-founder in Bad Boy who had a 25% stake in the label. Burrows claims in the suit that in 1996, Combs made threatening statements to Burrows while, quote, erratically wielding a baseball bat and forced Burrows to hand over his stake in the label to Combs' mom, Janice Smalls. Burrows claims that Smalls worked in concert with her son and others in an unlawful campaign of coercion, deceit, and misrepresentation in a concerted effort to unjustifiably wrest away Burrows' 25% stake in Bad Boy. Burrows says, as a result of allegedly being forced to hand over his stake in the label, he's been homeless and his career's been sabotaged. In the suit, Burrows wants his 25% stake in Bad Boy back in compensatory damages for his 15% profit share plus accrued interest. So let's talk about this new lawsuit. Joining me now, criminal defense attorney Bradford Cohen. Always great to have you on Law and Crime. There are some graphic allegations made by this John Doe in this lawsuit.
But that's the thing. It's always graphic allegations. It's always the most graphic of allegations. It's shock value. That's literally what it's supposed to be for. And I hate the fact that, it's just the thing, I believe all victims. Believe all victims. My whole thing is, it's the way that all of these victims are sounding alike. They're sounding way too alike, and it's sounding too much. Let's get this off the internet. Let's get that off the internet. Let's get this, that. It's not too many. How can you say? It's not too many different, authentic, or unique situations happening. It's always the same scenarios.
What stood out to you when you read through it?
You know, what really bothers me about any of these accusations, listen, they're all graphic, by the way. There's none of these lawsuits that are not graphic in terms of details. What stands out the most and what bothers me the most with these lawsuits, and this isn't to negate real individuals that have been assaulted, sexually assaulted, or otherwise. It's the fact that none of the people ever use their real names. It's always a Jane Doe or a John Doe, and you have to move the court to expose who this individual is, because sometimes we never find out who the person is. And I understand the reason why on legitimate claims, but when you have 20, 25 individuals that are all making these claims, I really think that there should be something that addresses that, and something that addresses it fairly quickly, because as we saw with the Jay-Z lawsuit, that lawsuit fell apart very quickly. It was very graphic in nature, had a lot of detail in it. A lot of the details were wrong. Tony Busby filed this lawsuit like he files a lot of these lawsuits, and it really goes to negate the actual allegations in the lawsuit itself. So it's like one of those things that you wait and see. Anyone can file a lawsuit. Anyone can make accusations in the lawsuit. But in the long run, what happens to the lawsuit is the real question here.
The problem is that it literally puts all of his other cases in jeopardy, because once the Jay-Z thing fell apart, it ruins the credibility of majority of the cases that are being presented now in front of the judge. Now he has to fine tooth comb more of these shits now.
How do you balance that, though? Because to your point, yeah, who is this person? He's talking about an incident that allegedly happened in 2012, but you look at the threats that he says that Diddy made against him when he was trying to leave and go to the bathroom, referencing Tupac and all of that. How do you balance an understanding of why someone wouldn't want to put their name out there with the big question of who is this person and whether the accounts that they put in this lawsuit are valid?
So it's really very difficult. What I always lean towards is what did they attach to the complaint to prove that it's true? You know, I am starting to look at these complaints with a higher scrutiny, because I want to see something that's attached, something, and it's not necessary. But let's take it a step further. It's not necessary. This is not a breach of contract where you have to attach the contract in order to prove the case. But I think as we look at these cases, as there's more and more filed, I think that if they attach things to the to the lawsuit that back up what they're saying, a phone record, a witness statement, a picture, something more than just bare allegations of he threatened me to do this, this is what happened, he paid me, but I'm not going to attach any of the receipts that I was paid from. I just don't think that these lawsuits are taken as seriously. And that's a shame, because it could be that some of these are real. I don't know if all of them are, but it's a shame, because the ones that are real sexual assault cases, I think, get negated by the ones that, like Tony Busby filed against Jay-Z. And that's a real problem. It is a real problem. I see the point of both sides. I see where someone doesn't want to expose their name, but at the same time, they want to sue somebody for wrongdoing. I think that if you're going to sue someone for wrongdoing and you're going to make allegations against an individual, especially as serious as this, I think you should be prepared to use your own name. I think that should be a requirement here. I do understand the balancing, but I also think that there's a greater good here, that you can look at these lawsuits through the higher scrutiny that have been filed over and over and over again. It's just, there's so many of these lawsuits that you're really starting to get numb to the allegations.
Right. And I think now, you have this lawsuit, it goes out, it makes headlines. All these details are in the world of public opinion are going into the narrative of what everybody says of Sean Combs ahead of his criminal trial. What happens next? Like in this lawsuit's case, where there are these graphic details, once again, talking about something that happened years ago, what happens next?
So my guess is the defense attorneys will try to expose the individual, try to get the court to find out who the individual is. They'll do discovery. It'll move along slowly because there's a criminal case going on. So when a criminal case is going on and so an individual has the right to remain silent and is exerting his Fifth Amendment right, the civil cases usually kind of fall by the wayside until that criminal case has been adjudicated. And we're going to see that criminal case hopefully be adjudicated in May. And once that criminal case is over, I think then you'll see the civil cases start to heat up and start to figure out what's real and what's not real during the discovery process. And I think those cases are going to be very long. It's going to take a long time to work through the system. I think there's going to be a lot of discovery issues that are going to come up in terms of depositions and in terms of evidence that they can actually show to back up their claims. It's going to be a very tough road. And what I also think is unusual, and let me just say this, if you have a civil case where you're making these accusations, and in the criminal case, they're saying, hey, this is a RICO case, and it's all these cases are related to each other, but they're not using that individual as a witness in the criminal case. They didn't use that individual in front of a grand jury. There's no testimony from that individual or any kind of exposure of that individual to the criminal case. It always makes me wonder why the U.S. attorney didn't want to use this individual as a witness, didn't want to use this individual to come forward and say, hey, that's a similar situation that I had. This goes to his MO, his modus operandi. This is how he normally behaves. He threatens people. He does this. He drugs people. He does all these certain things, but they're not using any of these people. These people are nowhere to be found in the criminal case. That causes me great concern.
In your experience, and not specifically talking about this particular lawsuit, but to your point, if it's a lawsuit that graphic allegations, but we at this point don't have anything else other than what this John Doe is allegedly saying happened on these 7, pages of this lawsuit. What is an attorney's typical expectation when they file a lawsuit like this if they don't really have anything else to present with it?
So I always say, and I've told everyone this, famous and non-famous, that have come to me with incidences like this. And I say, you get that first letter that says, hey, my client's Jane Doe, and this is what happened. You have 2 routes to go, and there is no middle ground. And I've said this in many, many interviews. Mr. Miyagi would say, if you walk on the right side of the road, you're okay. The left side of the road, you're okay. In the middle, you get squashed like a grape. And in these lawsuits, that's the exact same thing. You either go to war and you are like 300, you are Leonidas and you are fighting, for your life, or you settle the case very early on. There is no middle ground here. So once the lawsuit is filed, in my opinion, I settle nothing. You go to town on these individuals. You find out if they're telling the truth. If you come to a point where there is some evidence that they are telling the truth, that there is something backing them up, and it's 6, 7, 8 months down the road, and at that point you want to, try and settle the case, that's a different story. But in my opinion, the Jay-Z route is the only route to take, especially now with these allegations coming out against all these individuals. The only route to take, in my opinion, and if you have the money to do it, don't forget Jay-Z has the money to do it. He probably spent $30 million on a defense, and he's still suing Tony Busby. So he still has a ways to go. But that, to me, is the only route to take. I think that you fight. You don't give in to these lawsuits that you don't feel are valid or have a valid statement in them. And like I said, if you know you did wrong, if you know these allegations are what they are, and you have some things economically, like you're going to lose all kinds of money in the future, you're going to lose endorsements, then you sit down and kind of weigh those things out before you go to war. But in Jay-Z's case, that was, to me, the way you handle these cases.
So you have on one side these civil lawsuits like the one that we're talking about today, and there's been several of them that have been filed, and then there's the criminal case. How does, if Sean Combs is found guilty in May, he has pleaded, he has denied the allegations, but if he is found guilty in May, how could that impact these lawsuits, and particularly the ones that have been presented that might have some teeth to them?
Well, it just depends on what he's convicted of, right? There's several counts. It depends, A, if he gets convicted at all, B, if he's convicted of some of the counts and not all of the counts, and what counts he's convicted of. So it all depends on those things. And don't forget, that's not an adjudication of these other individuals. If these other individuals are never testifying in that case, have nothing to do with that case, not even mentioned in the indictment or anything of the filings, anything like that, I don't know if it's going to have a great impact on their civil cases. Certainly he would be a convicted felon. If he took the stand in his defense, they could bring up that he was a convicted felon. If they could try and prove, again, that this was some sort of MO, that was his modus operandi, that's how he did it. Like the Wet Bandits from A Christmas Story, where, no, it wasn't A Christmas Story. Which one was that?
Home Alone.
Home Alone. But the Wet Bandits, that's their MO, where they break into houses and they turn on all the water and they leave it until it gets flooded. If they can use that conviction in that way, then yeah, it'll have some effect on a civil case and a civil trial. But
all right, so here's the thing, right? Aside from the fact that the Jay-Z thing discredits the cases, they're already dressing it up for him getting off. You can literally hear how they're dressing it up for him getting off, because he said the key factor of why not one of these fucking cases have shit to do with the trial in May. Not a single, and I bet not one person thought about this, not a single fucking case Tony Busby or any other lawyer is bringing to light right now. Not a single one of these shits is going to be presented in May. The Supreme Court has an entirely different case that they are presenting. They are including certain allegations, but they are not including the actual cases and plaintiffs of these particular cases. Okay, they are leaving those to decide, as he just said, for after the Supreme Court trial. Okay, so keep that part in mind while waiting for May. I want people to understand that thoroughly. None of these cases here have a thing to do with the trial in May. And that is why he can easily walk. Because what is the Supreme Court's case actually on? That's why everybody keeps saying, yo, I didn't hear he got charged for anything. They just arrested him. Pay attention to those words. Pay attention to those particular words. Yo, I didn't hear him get charged for anything. They just arrested him. They just indicted him. They arrested him and indicted him and put him in custody. You know who else got arrested and put in indictment? He just not in custody no more? Mayor Eric Adams. Like I said, pay attention to the pattern. Dressing it up already, Diddy might or will walk on this trafficking thing. But he will not for Pac. He can't get around that one. That one you just cannot get around. That's a brick wall at the end of the road, brother. That Pac killing is a brick road. That's a brick wall that you don't even see is there. But when it hit your ass in the face, it's going to leave a print. As he intended. Pac, that is. All right, so speaking of, more information coming out. It appears that the Epstein list has popped up. I was waiting for this one.
The first batch of Epstein files have been released by the Department of Justice, and we have just quickly reviewed them. We're going to let you know what is revealed, what isn't, and where this can go from here. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. What a day. What a day. As you can tell, this is kind of an emergency sidebar. I'm not on set. We didn't know when this was going to happen. We were waiting all day for the release of these Jeffrey Epstein files, and they are out here. Now, to be clear, this is potentially only a fraction of what could come out. And we're going to go over this for you so you don't have to do it yourself. And a little fair warning here, little fair warning. It doesn't appear from our initial review that there's anything, bombshell or revolutionary, or here's the Epstein list of everybody who was involved in this potential wrongdoing. I want to be clear about that. But there's a reason for that, because it was expected, after litigation and FOIA requests and the trial of Ghislaine Maxwell, Jeffrey Epstein's accomplice, who was convicted of federal sex crimes charges and was sentenced to 20 years in prison, a lot of this material has already come out. Flight logs, manifests, address book. However, it is fascinating to see what was released here. And of course, Jeffrey Epstein was the disgraced financier, convicted sex offender who ended up dying in prison while awaiting trial on federal sex trafficking charges. But the first thing we got to talk about is the statement that was released by the Department of Justice when they released all these files. And it reads, today, Attorney General Pamela Bondi, in conjunction with the Federal Bureau of Investigation, FBI, declassified and publicly released files related to convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein and his sexual exploitation of over 250 underage girls at his homes in New York and Florida, among other locations. The first phase of declassified files largely contains documents that have been previously leaked but never released in a formal capacity by the U.S. government. Quote, this Department of Justice is following through on President Trump's commitment to transparency and lifting the veil on the disgusting actions of Jeffrey Epstein and his co-conspirators, said Attorney General Pamela Bondi. The first phase of files released today sheds light on Epstein's extensive network and begins to provide the public with long overdue accountability. The FBI is entering a new era.
So the only thing that makes me nervous about this, literally the only thing that makes me nervous about this is the fact that they seem like they are literally only releasing certain celebrity names and famous names more than they will the political names. The celebrity names, I think, are being named first on purpose for the shock value. But I want to know, are they going to be as bold and unfold the political names that are there?
One that will be defined by integrity, accountability, and the unwavering pursuit of justice. This is from FBI Director Kash Patel, the new FBI Director. There will be no cover-ups, no missing documents, and no stone left unturned. And anyone from the prior or current Bureau who undermines this will be swiftly pursued. If there are gaps, we will find them. If records have been hidden, we will uncover them. And we will bring everything we find to the DOJ to be fully assessed and transparently disseminated to the American people as it should be. The oath we take is to the Constitution, and under my leadership, the promise will be upheld without compromise. It goes on to say, Attorney General Bondi requested the full and complete files related to Jeffrey Epstein. In response, the department received approximately 200 pages of documents. However, the Attorney General was later informed of thousands of pages of documents related to the investigation and indictment of Epstein that were not previously disclosed. The Attorney General has requested the FBI deliver the remaining documents to the department by 8 a.m. on February 28th and has tasked FBI Director Kash Patel with investigating why the request for all documents was not followed. The department remains committed to transparency and intends to release the remaining documents upon review and redaction to protect the identities of Epstein's victims. And by the way, in a separate letter,
Epstein's victims, my ass. You see? You see? Well, see, that's the thing. But they named that what? They named those, I think, pre his election, right? They did that pre-election on purpose. Pre-election on purpose because people already seen it's like news footage now of Trump and Epstein partying together. So, of course, they got to release them two together. But what about Bill Clinton and all of them? Clinton's the crazy thing is you can even release Bill Clinton because Bill Clinton, again, falls under the pretenses of famous. So even if you said Barack Obama on this one, not going to surprise me. It's the Vladimir Putin's I want to hear you say. It's those names I want to hear you say. It's certain political names I want to hear. That's going to let me know that they got bold with it. And that they truly are cleaning house. Because that's another thing I want people to understand. This part is the clean house part before they... Remember, we have shown y'all, okay, the huge house in the Ozarks. It's only but so many people. They said it's... The crazy part is They said only 13 to 14 people are going to be in this house. When I hear that, I'm thinking of the 13 bloodlines, okay? So, what that means is we are cleaning house because we don't need all the rest of y'all that make decisions that we hired all these years ago. We don't need y'all no more. Y'all can get the fuck out. The decision making is going to be up to a minimal amount of people now. And people that we decide that we want to be in those positions. So all y'all that even had a fraction of a thought of, I'm going to be here long term and, you know, maybe change the, no. The policies that's in place is the policies that's motherfucking in place and been in place. And y'all ain't changing it, so y'all getting the fuck out. That's what's going on right now. A public, clean fucking house of government. Government is getting a full spring fucking cleaning in front of y'all. That's the best way I can even put it. It's a whole spring cleaning going on in front of the world. In government. They wiping everybody the fuck away. That even had a fraction of a thought of maybe I can change policy. No, you can't. Because what you have in mind and what we already have agenda-wise in mind and planted, you are not going to fuck up. And this Epstein list is part of the spring cleaning. Because it's forcefully putting that watchful eye on certain people. Y'all thought Diddy was the only scapegoat that they were going to be using? They got a few more. So you gotta understand something. When it's a big bad wolf at the top of the hill, it's still a crowd of sheep.
From Pamela Bondi to Kash Patel, she said she expects a report from him in basically 2 weeks about why the files weren't turned over. Hey, by the way, we really, really appreciate you guys coming to us for this episode of Sidebars. We break down, this new development in the Jeffrey Epstein case. And for that, I got to thank our sponsor, Morgan & Dollars. Why not? With a request from the Attorney General who oversees the DOJ and the FBI, very concerning. Now, we don't know for sure who Attorney General Pam Bondi's source is, whether that person is credible, what exactly happened here, if there was maybe a miscommunication or maybe even a deliberate attempt to not turn over the materials. But I encourage everybody to check out that other episode where I interviewed former FBI agent Colin Schmidt. You can hear his take on this, but we will see what comes of that in the meantime. And we'll see what happens tomorrow and maybe in 2 weeks with the report. But now we want to get into the documents. Okay, so first up, the flight log released as part of Phase 1 has a note at the top. And it says it was a government exhibit publicly released in U.S. v. Maxwell, Ghislaine Maxwell's criminal case. And to kind of give you an idea of just how much time Epstein and others spent on his jet, it's been referred to as the Lolita Express, the flight log is 118 pages long and only covers April 1991 to January 2006. Now, a lot of this information, as I mentioned, we've heard before, but I want to give you a few of the highlights here. So parts of this flight log are very, very difficult to read. So whether through the handwriting or the age of the photocopies, but at times, whoever's filling out the sheet also uses initials or just writes down one male or two female. So it's kind of difficult to know at times who was on the plane. Now, sometimes the description on the flight log included notes. For example, in June 1991, an entry appears to say, Herb, show plane to Reba McEntire plus husband. Okay, so that's a big name right there. You got another entry from January the next year that indicated that Epstein and Maxwell flew into Burbank to attend the Academy Awards. But look, it's safe to say that a lot of people flew on the so-called Lolita Express. The two on it the most were Jeffrey Epstein, of course, and Ghislaine Maxwell. But there were other famous names as well. President Donald Trump's name appears several times in the early 90s. A May 1994 log entry says Jeffrey flew with Trump, Trump's then wife Marla Maples, their daughter Tiffany, and Tiffany's nanny. Another time in 1995, Eric Trump was listed as a passenger. Prince Andrew's name appears in an entry from February 1999. The prince has previously gotten in a lot of hot water over his connection, his friendship with Jeffrey Epstein, which continued even after Epstein was convicted of sex crimes. That always seemed to be the allegation.
That is a hilarious interview, by the way. See, I already knew, like I said, they was going to name Bill Clinton. It's like I said, I'm listening for certain names, though. But it's hilarious. Like, Prince Andrews, funniest shit in the world. Like, literally sweat box. I'm talking about like Keenan Peele's sweat box when they was asking him them questions.
Former President Bill Clinton also makes several appearances in the early 2000s on the flight log. He flew multiple times in 2002, accompanied by multiple Secret Service agents each time. You have an entry from August 2002 that lists Virginia Roberts, now called Virginia Giuffre, a victim of Epstein and Maxwell, who pushed forward with a lawsuit against the apparent madam, leading to, by the way, all these documents, or a lot of these documents, being released during Maxwell's eventual criminal trial. But another exhibit included in phase one of the document release may not look like much at first glance. It's fully redacted, but this list is entitled Masseuses, and with a note saying redacted to protect potential victim information, it has 254 line items. So while it's unclear whether any of the names might be repeated, it is a staggering number of women and girls who may have been subjected to sexual assault, because we all remember what the allegations were, that Jeffrey Epstein, through Ghislaine Maxwell, would bring young women over, young girls over, and under the guise of massage, would sexually assault them and abuse them. Next up,
some of them ain't victims. That's why. Some of them names on that list ain't victims. Some of them is participants.
We got to talk about the contact book. So at the top of this 95-page document, it says redactions for personal contact information. And let me tell you, there are a lot of redactions in this, okay? It is basically a bunch of names with their personal information either...
It ain't no different than the shit that you can Google right now, bro. Majority of this shit ain't nothing different than you can already Google. You could already Reddit half of this shit. That these ones is blanked out. You know what I'm saying? This is what I'm saying. I knew that they was going to do this. I knew it. You only going to give us the juicy celebrities, but you ain't going to give us the real deal.
Blacked out or redacted. Maybe their phone numbers or addresses. I'm assuming that's what it is. But some boxes are bigger than others, so maybe there was more information about certain people rather than others. However, there are a list of names that are quite notable on this list, okay? Now, before I read up a bunch of them, remember, just because they are presumably in Jeffrey Epstein's contact book doesn't mean they're complicit in any of his alleged wrongdoing. Epstein was a very well-known and well-connected financier who knew a lot of people. Got to make that clear, okay? So even though I'm about to list a lot of people, this is not the Epstein list of everybody who was involved in alleged wrongdoing or illegal activity, okay? Now, to give you a sense of who he seemingly knew, here we go. Alec Baldwin, Ralph Fiennes, Michael Jackson, Dr. Henry A. Kissinger, Mick Jagger, David Koch, Chris Tucker, Richard Branson, Barbara Walters, Mike Wallace, Steve Wynn, Alan Dershowitz, Donald Trump, Ivanka Trump, Ivana Trump, Les Wexner, Courtney Love, Rupert Murdoch, Duchess of York, Joan Rivers, Christy Turlington, Maria Shriver, Ron Silver, Janice Dickinson, Minnie Driver, David Blaine, Phil Collins, George Hamilton, Liz Hurley, Ted Kennedy Jr., Doug Lyman, Ron Burkle, Christopher Lambert, and Ghislaine Maxwell. Now, aside from these apparent actors and musicians and magicians and journalists and politicians and wealthy individuals and business leaders, there are also a plethora of other names, but you kind of get a sense of some of the more well-known people that he apparently had their contact information. And there are also contacts for properties like various Ritz-Carltons, the Aspen Club, Bel Air Hotel, Beverly Wilshire, Cipriani, the Plaza, the Pierre. I mean, we're talking luxury places here. And the last page of this document is titled Important Email Addresses. Now, I'm not sure if this was actually crafted by a prosecutor in this case or Jeffrey Epstein or somebody connected to him, but it is interesting because one is for Jeffrey Epstein and everything next to it is redacted, but in parentheses, it appears there are initials for locations like PB, seemingly for Palm Beach, NY for New York, and so forth. Ghislaine Maxwell is listed there too. There's also one for venture capitalist Joe Pagano, Ehud Barak, former Prime Minister of Israel, Jean-Luc Brunel, talk about him in a second, David Copperfield. And then this one's interesting. Next to Christopher, it seems to say French driver. It says next to this person, important witness. Again, we don't know who wrote that, but important. Now, what is interesting about some of these names, and to kind of give you some more context, is last year when a judge released Jeffrey Epstein materials, more specifically grand jury materials, pursuant to a bill signed by Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, these materials centered around when the Palm Beach Police Department opened up an investigation into Jeffrey Epstein back in 2005 and what was presented to a grand jury in 2006. So that was when the parents of a 14-year-old girl came forward accusing Jeffrey Epstein of paying her to give him a massage. The police apparently found out that Epstein had allegedly set up a system to recruit girls to provide him massages, to sometimes engage in sexual activity. The case was brought to the state attorney's office. A grand jury was impaneled where the jurors heard all sorts of testimony from detectives, two of the alleged victims. And that grand jury ended up indicting Epstein in 2006 on felony solicitation of a prostitute. And that was it. You know, there have been long-standing arguments about this. Why didn't prosecutors pursue more aggressive charges? Why was this the only one? And of course, we know what happened, right? The Palm Beach Police Department chief and lead detective, they were partially troubled. They were particularly troubled, I should say, by this prosecution. So they referred the matter to the FBI, who then brought it to the assistant U.S. attorney. So now we're talking about the feds. But in the end, in 2008, Epstein and prosecutors, they worked out a deal where he pled guilty to state charges of solicitation of prostitution and procurement of minors. He was sentenced to just 18 months in prison, only serves 13, and spends most of the time in a work release program. He can leave jail to work at his office and then go back to jail at night, and he avoids federal charges. He had to register as a sex offender too. But this is the whole sweetheart deal that you hear a lot about in this case. And the argument is if he were hit with more severe charges back in the day, he could have been stopped from, as the allegations have explained, continuing to hurt people. Now, I say all that because we learned more information about some of the names I just mentioned in that contact book. For example, magician David Copperfield. So apparently victims who have filed lawsuits against Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell, they named David Copperfield as being present at get-togethers at Jeffrey Epstein's residences.
And see, here's the thing, right? And that's why I said I already knew that they were going to pretty much leave out a lot of names. They have to protect a lot of those names, and they have to redact a lot of those bigwig names. Some of those politicians is not people that, even when he said the word politician, he named like two. They're not going to say the real ones, because those are the ones that will really be incriminating to say. So they literally can't say those. And it's not even so much the incriminating part as much as it's ruining the public perception of what the agenda is. So That's really why that is presented the way it is. Now, the other thing with the list is, as I said before, it's something that you can literally Google or Reddit right now. You don't necessarily have to wait for them to release these documents. These same documents are leaked already. Same ones are leaked. Some, from what I've seen, it's even more detailed than this redacted shit that they got. Because now it's now going to make people want to look at the original even more, the original one, which doesn't have necessarily a list as much as, or should I say the logs, as much as it has, I think, the attendees of the flights. Yeah. I kind of already knew how they was going to approach the whole Epstein thing. I knew they were going to approach this with extreme precaution. Extreme precaution. So, that was pretty much all I even had on the Epstein list, because you already kind of know, like I said, where they're gonna go with it. They're not that brave. They are not that brave with it. I was gonna go through the list that they had here, but like I said, he went through the whole list already of people. Like, he literally went through the entire list of people that's here already. So, well, not okay. Naomi, did he say Naomi Campbell? I think he said Naomi Campbell. Anyway, all right. So the other thing that happened, I don't really care for Cameron and Ocho Cinco because it's so stupid. Their beef is so stupid. I was gonna look into that, but it's literally super stupid. Only other thing was this guy, of course. A lot of people had it misconstrued that he dropped the lawsuit. He didn't drop the lawsuit. He just changed something in the lawsuit. So this came about a couple of days ago. Drake allegedly agrees to remove some mysterious allegations from UMG lawsuit. So Drake's defamation lawsuit against UMG over Kendrick Lamar's Not Like Us will reportedly look quite different now. So it's not done. It's just going to look different. While Drake has said a lot about his rap battle with Kendrick Lamar and specifically its biggest diss track, it seems like he might retract some of that rhetoric. According to an exclusive All Hip Hop report, he allegedly agreed to remove some of his allegations from his federal defamation law against UMG over Not Like Us. For those unaware, the Six got accused his and K-Dot's distributor, Universal Music Group, of purposely inflating the West Coast banger streams, knowingly tarnishing his reputation with false claims and even risking his safety. UMG has denied the allegations against them from the OVO camp and ridiculed the idea that they will hold up in court. So he's still keeping the lawsuit, but he's trying to just change certain little things that are actually, in fact, the label motion to postpone April 2nd's pre-trial conference over the Drake lawsuit due to their upcoming motion to dismiss the suit. They want to file that motion for dismissal by March 17th. Okay, so in successful, the April 2nd date won't be necessary per documents reported obtained by All Hip Hop. This motion to postpone the free trial conference alleges that the Toronto superstar agreed to withdraw certain key allegations in his complaint, according to lead defense attorney Roland A. Ransom. In addition, the motion also claims that Drizzy's camp hasn't made the proper document request for discovery yet. Okay, so pretty much like I said, he's just changing certain things in it, which I think what he's going to be trying to change in it. What do you think of the iHeartRadio thing? So pretty much like I said, it's really because of that, right? He has to take away, like Spotify, certain entities he can't necessarily put a defamation on because they have nothing to do with what UMG actually did. He has to now revise and re-strategize how he's going to present this, because if he tries to present this as far as trying to blame or take the streaming services to trial as defendants, it's not going to work for him, for the simple fact that he's up against too many titans at once to even take care of that. Way too many titans at once to take care of that. Spotify being one, UMG being a whole other entity itself. Okay, so you have the little brother and the big brother. You can barely take on the little brother. Just remember that. You can barely take on the little brother Spotify. But big brother UMG, you're going to be hurting by the time you get to fight him. Okay? The iHeartRadio settlement reached. Trying to think. What is that though? Is it with him? Oh, okay, so this just happened earlier. I didn't even see this. This just happened earlier. Okay, so Drake reached a settlement with iHeartMedia in dispute over Kendrick Lamar. Oh my God. Okay, so it's a settlement pretty much. So okay, Drake has reached a settlement with Texas-based iHeartMedia in his ongoing legal dispute over Kendrick Lamar's Dislike Like Us. In November, Drake filed a legal motion. Okay, the petition of precursor to potential lawsuit had sought depositions from corporate representatives of both companies. In a court document filed Thursday, attorneys for Drake said that the rapper and iHeartMedia had reached an amicable resolution of the dispute, but did not offer any other information. We are pleased that the parties were able to reach a settlement satisfactory to both sides and have no further comment on this matter, Drake's legal team said in a statement. So pretty much, okay, so he's dropped the one with he settled, of course, with iHeart. No, not everybody's gonna follow suit with that. Just remember that. Not everybody's gonna follow suit as far as the settlement goes. There's people that's willing to take this to trial already. They're saying fuck it, especially UMG. I'm just saying he's trying to fight too many titans at one time. With this particular situation alone, he is trying to fight way too many people at one time. And this is a perfect example of how he's fighting too many people at one time. Because literally it's going around now that he had a disaster in Australia in one of his shows. And you can literally see, in my opinion, this is what happens when you are already, and I keep saying this, go home, Drake. You're not the guy everyone likes at the party right now. Stop trying to be the cool guy at the party. You're not that anymore. This is a perfect example of that. A literal perfect example of it. And wait for the ad, of course. But anyway.
There's another sign that's concerning me. Hold on, wait. I don't even know if this sign is true or not, but I gotta see. Where's the girl that says she's pregnant? In the pit. I saw a sign that somebody said they were 20 weeks pregnant in the pit. Get your ass out of the pit. Yes. Are you 20 weeks pregnant? Get out of the pit. Get out of there. Get the camera on her. Get that baby out of the pit ASAP. Come here, girl. Yo, grab it. Give her some VIP tickets immediately at like $30,000. Stop going in the pit. Get that baby out of the mosh pit. What the fuck is wrong with y'all? What the hell? Who the fuck brings a baby to a mosh pit? I'm going on that side. I gotta get 2 more signs on that side.
Okay, so apparently this clip went out, but it was something else. I'm gonna X the whole thing out because I don't know why it decided to just play by itself. All right. Anyway, I'm gonna bring it back up in just a second. Like it just started to play its own thing and wouldn't come back. But anyway, so the staff member that was there decided to actually say what really happened. Hold on, let me just is this let's see, staff member. All right. A staff member that was there actually decided to reveal what actually happened. So an employee at Drake's Brisbane concert has claimed there were disastrous issues with the Canadian rapper's final show on Tuesday night. The God's Plan hitmaker, 38, abruptly left Australia on Wednesday morning after canceling the final 4 shows of his Down Under and New Zealand tour due to a scheduling conflict. I wonder what that scheduling conflict is. Could it be somebody's worried that they might be going to jail? I don't know. I'm just saying. It's a possibility. Somebody's a little nervous right now over some things that somebody is saying. Peekaboo. I just put peekaboo. You know what I mean? Now, one Reddit user who claims there was a worker on the Queensland leg of the Anita Max win. I hate saying that. Anita Max win. So cringy now. Alleges there were numerous scheduling problems with Drake's final show at the Brisbane Entertainment Centre. He wanted to do a closed sound check at 6 p.m., which usually happens at 3 p.m. They claimed on Wednesday everyone had to leave the building or stay in the courtyard if they had already been let in, but staff were allowed to stay. We opened for 5:30, and our first customer got in at 7:30, and we were supposed to close outlets at 8 o'clock, but didn't until 10, all because of course, somebody wanted to do the sound check. The user went on to say concert goers were stuck outside the concert while Drake performed a late sound check, alleging some were passing out from the heat and getting bitten. Wow. Imagine you getting bit by an Australian bug at that. Just think about that. You talking about the heat in Australian size bugs are biting you. I'm going home. They added patrons attending the VIP party upstairs either had to get in before 5:30 p.m. or they were stuck outside and allowed to join the party until gates reopened. So just imagine, right? He's kicking out a pregnant girl. Yes, he's trying to make it look like he's the cool guy or the noble, brave guy by kicking the pregnant girl out. In hindsight, he's not really doing that. He's literally making it worse, especially when you just have people waiting outside of your show to get in while you do a sound check, and you're almost 2 hours fucking late for the show. Yes, that's what I'm saying. I'm not fucking with those Australian spiders, right? So, and I have arachnophobia, so I'm just going to pull that up real quick. But Australian huntsmans, right? Look at the size of this fucking thing. Okay? Just look at the size of this son of a bitch. Right? And that's a picture of one in the corner right here. I'm not going to big these up. But like I said, you see the size of one in his hand. That's like a baby one right there, right? You see the one on the wall down there? Like, dude, I'm not fucking with these. I'm not fucking with these, okay? I'm not fucking with Australia, period. If I was to ever go to Australia for anything whatsoever, I'm going to a hotel that is not anywhere outside. I'm somewhere, look, I have spray. I'm going to have 7 different type of insect sprays, and I'm spraying the fuck out of the entire room, okay? The entire room, day and night, and lighting a candle. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. Oh, the screen's dark? Hold up, I got you. I got you. Thank you for saying that. I forgot it went down. But yeah, Okay, so the user went on to say concertgoers were stuck outside the concert while Drake performed a late sound check, alleging some were passing out from the heat and getting bitten. They added patrons attending the VIP party upstairs either had to get in before 5:30 or they were stuck outside, not allowed to join the party until gates reopened. He was late both nights because he wasn't on site until he was ready to perform and barricaded the back of the arena to enter the stage that way instead of coming in from backstage. Patrons were leaving by 10:30 p.m. because it was either really late or they thought it was too loud, bad sound, and he finished at 11:30. Terrible show. On Wednesday, Drake canceled the remainder of his Australia and New Zealand tour due to a scheduling conflict. No, you canceled it because of a fuck up. 2 fuck ups at once. The one you got going on back home as well as the one you just so happen to happen. Crazy work. The rapper left Australia on Wednesday morning and returned to his native Canada via private jet. Oh, so he's back in Toronto. Okay. Let's see. That's very telling as well. He's not in Houston. He's in Toronto right now. That's crazy. He was you have to pay attention to that now. He's not in Houston, where he's a resident of now. He flew back to Toronto. That's telling me something. He was due to perform at Brisbane Entertainment Centre on March 4th before heading back to Sydney for another show at Kudos Bank Arena on March 7th. The Canadian hitmaker was then set to play gigs in Auckland, New Zealand on March 15th and 16th. So, needless to say, somebody is sweating bullets right now. Somebody is definitely sweating bullets right now and feeling the heat. My boy Drake, you just don't realize, man. You just don't realize how much shit that you was actually in, man. You don't realize how much shit is actually catching up to you, bro. Like I said, we spent about 4 or 5 hours talking about all the shit that you are allegedly in and involved in. Let's just say, brother, it's a reason right now. Shout out to Deeper Picture. Shout out to Team Deeper Picture. You know what I'm saying? It's a reason right now that your ass is nervous. We ain't got to say it right now, but I'm telling you. Around March. Sometime around March. I'll even give it mid towards the end of March. We gonna be hearing something about Drake that ain't gonna be good. I'll put money on it. I'll put a bet on it. Before the end of March is over, this nigga gonna be in trouble somehow. I guarantee it. It's just no way that all of a sudden you canceling the shows because of the one mishap. And then during the show, you even saying, oh, just give the girl $30,000. You probably ain't get that girl shit. That's another crooked thing about that. You probably ain't even get that girl shit. My nigga, you starting to look worse and worse out here. And superpowers getting weaker now. I can only watch in silence. Like super weak right now. And you did it to yourself. You did it to yourself, sir. You did it to yourself. But hey, what do I know? Right? As they say, what do I know? What do I know? All right. A brother don't have too much more. To be honest. Like I said, the whole Ocho Cinco thing is, yeah. They ain't gonna really fight. Especially Cameron. See, that's another thing, right? Cameron is getting attacked by Jim Jones right now in the media. Jim Jones talking about some 10 million right now. 10 million, bro. Nobody can 10 million to fight no Cameron, bro. I mean, nobody will see that shit. Nobody will see that. Nobody's giving you $10 million for that. We just watched Tyson barely was able to chase Jake Paul around a ring. We're not gonna watch two. I know you were actually in shape, Jim, but Cam, no. I'm not paying to see that. No, I pass. Okay, so anywho, tomorrow, make sure y'all check out. Oh, that's what I'm gonna do. That's what I want to do for y'all. For those that haven't been looking at what I've been posting, I wanted to play some of, not all, but just like the intro to the Kobe joint that I did. Where I got it? Oh shit. It's over here. Hold on. Oh. Hold on. Let me pause it, matter of fact. Let me put it over here. All right.
Wow, did you see the move by the kid? Look at this. Take a look at O'Neal dishing off for Kobe Bryant. Oh, what a dunk! Kobe Bryant is guarded by Michael Jordan and pulled away by Kobe Bryant. That's the future, and even Michael Jordan is Kobe Bryant, future of the NBA. He's got the chance again. Going there, back to goes out. You talk about elevation. He went to the rafters when he decided to go to a post. It's a shot that's beautiful and he scored. What a play. Sensational. John
Every time I saw my father step on the court, I got happy. I got chilled. 'Cause everybody's going crazy, cheering for him. And that's how we felt about my father.
Young Kobe Bryant started like any other child, a son to an amazing father. Big Joe Jelly Bean Bryant played for the Philadelphia 76ers, and he would bring Kobe to games with him to watch along courtside. But as Kobe watched on, I guarantee you, Big Joe never even knew that would become the light inside of the bright young toddler who would then go on to be the predecessor of his own dad and start his own legacy.
He's getting a master class in basketball at an age when most kids are worried about where they're going to get ice cream next.
I remember asking him that question about his favorite gift, and I think it was a basketball he received for Christmas. I think once he got that basketball as that kid, he was never, ever, ever gonna let this go.
So while playing for Lower Merion High School in Philadelphia, Kobe Bryant absolutely ripped through the varsity competition. And that would start the obvious rumor. Are we going to college and develop? Or are we going straight to the league from high school? He had decided, we're going to the NBA.
No, I have decided to skip college and take my talent to the NBA.
Even that very same year, in 1997, he went on to win the dunk contest and become the youngest NBA player to ever win the award. How about that one?
Checking his eye contact with the crowd.
Thank you, Academy, for this amazing honor. Thank you, John Williams, for such a wonderful piece of music. Thank you, Verizon, for believing in the film. Thank you, Molly Carter. Without you, we wouldn't be here. And to my wife, Vanessa, our daughters, Natalia, Gianna, and Bianca, ti amo con tutto il mio cuore. You are my inspiration. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you.
Now in 2017, Kobe entered a legal battle with a pharmaceutical company that was trying to misuse his name. The company was High Tech Pharmaceuticals. Now, a few things to note here. Number one, being that High Tech was being sued for the use of the nickname Black Mamba. Kobe truly didn't want the misrepresentation of his nickname being confused with any opioid enhancement supplement pills on top of the Hyper Rush part that was included in it. He didn't want people being confused with the name, especially being in business with Nike already. Now, number two was that this very same company was also in legal battles with other companies over its sort of unclear, and some even said misleading benefits from the supplement itself. They sued the head of the FTC is still to this day fighting with them in court. Even a gentleman by the name of Smith that sued them as well stated that the supplements were very misleading to him as well. You can definitely see where certain rumors came from and why Kobe didn't want his nickname even associated with them.
Not going into crazy conspiracy, but look at Kobe Bryant, right? When his helicopter crashed, he was actually in the middle of a lawsuit, was about to start to testify against the supplement brand that he had partnered with because they had found traces of methamphetamines inside the pre-workout. It's just to hook my right? So he died, but I don't know if he died for that. Who knows, right? Maybe the 20-year pilot just...
In 2020, But then he ironically died just 24 days later on January 26, 2020. Creepy considering said one's jersey number, isn't it?
Pharmaceutical out of Amityville, New York here. All three pharmaceutical companies was being sued by Kobe Bryant, not just because they were taking his nickname, the Black Mamba. This is deep. This is deeper than Hollywood. This is, oh my God. So in other words, these three pharmaceutical companies, the ANSY Corporation, capital INSYS Therapeutics, owns the Acorn Incorporation, capital AKORN, that owns high-tech pharmaceuticals. Kobe was set to go to trial the following Wednesday. It had he lived. Why? He was suing him, not because of his nickname. He was brothers that these three pharmaceutical companies, NSAID, Acorn, and High-Tech, was lacing their diet pills with opioid substances. Kobe was going to expose this.
Oh my.
So
okay.
These three pharmaceutical companies are under the umbrella of this global pharmaceutical conglomerate out of Basel, Switzerland, the Novartis Corporation, capital Novartis. They have a website, Basel, Switzerland. They operate through the Novartis Group. They have over 2,000 subsidiary pharmaceutical companies under them. 3 of them was being sued by Kobe Bryant.
Okay, so again, that is from the joint that I put together on the Patreon. I don't want to play the rest of it because, like I said, it's certain parts of it I don't want YouTube to say. So there's the link. Y'all want to check it out? It's very much worth the time. It's very much worth the time. Okay. Put my blood, sweat, and tears into it. I will be doing more like this. I will be doing more of this style of doc for other things. So, for other people, I should say, not other things. For other people. So, because my mind is already saying, do I want to go to Dolph? Or do I want to stay on Bad Boy, like I said, and do Mary J? Because I'm thinking about going down Mary J's rabbit hole. I'm thinking about it now. Considering said information this evening, I'm thinking about it now. Okay. Yeah. I'm trying to think if I had some. I feel like I had something else to put in the chat. I can't remember what it is now. I'll think of it later. Anyway, tonight was fun. I got to get my ass up at 6:30, 7 o'clock. So, and it's 2:12 here. So I got about 4 hours. I'll be good. About 4.5 hours. I'll be good. Yes, definitely gonna go down to Mary J rabbit hole, New Eyes. We definitely doing that. I feel there's something there. I feel there's something. Considering certain names, I feel there's something there. Somebody too quiet for a reason. I gotta make it loud now. Okay. Thank y'all once again. I love you all. Thank you so much for tuning in. We had another great night. Another great Friday night. Like I said, I like doing it like this. I like doing it like this when we catch up on things. I like doing it like this. Yes, definitely come to the Patreon, y'all. Definitely come to the Patreon, y'all. There's loads of it's trust me when I tell you we got things on there too, and I'm like I said, I'm doing more like this, and I'm going to be filling up that Patreon a little bit more. I'm going to be filling up the Patreon with a lot more exclusive stuff. Trust me when I tell you that. Okay, that's what I just remembered. That's what I want to do. That's what I was trying to do. And I'm on the wrong fucking thing. Trying to link y'all to Okay. Because tomorrow I'm going to be doing Hogwarts Legacy. And I wanted to link you guys the gaming channel before I forgot. I wanted to at least throw that in the chat in case you guys wanted to subscribe to the gaming channel. I mean, if you have the Twitch, it'll be on Twitch anyway. So if you have the Twitch, tune in on Twitch if you want to see a Hogwarts. Because if you notice, the Twitch channel is becoming more just gaming. It's becoming more just gaming. I'm looking into becoming a Marvel Rivals in the content creator program for Marvel Rivals. So I already have the email. I'm trying to do other things, man. I'm trying to do other things. Plus, like I said, I have fun playing the game. I'm a gamer. I'm a gamer at heart. Fury B knows that about me. But yeah, if you guys want to tune into that tomorrow, Hogwarts Legacy, Marvel Rivals, ranked type shit, we gonna be doing that. Plus, we'll do other games. We're not just doing the same 2 games, of course. I'm gonna be doing a lot of story mode games, but Hogwarts Legacy, Harry Potter. Okay, if you guys don't know what that is, Harry Potter. It's a Harry Potter video game. If you are into Harry Potter, the video game is pretty much you are a student in Hogwarts, and it's a real how you call it, open world Harry Potter game. It's a world of fun. It's a world of fun. Thank you, Big Money. I appreciate it. I greatly appreciate it, yo. So yes, love you guys all. Y'all have a great night. Shout out to Big Money. Shout out to Medusa. Thank you for always tuning in and moderating. Fury B, the homie, New Eyes. I know I saw Baby Juju up in here. TG. What had happened was Lulu watched too much reality. I'm making sure I get everybody the mind's eye. Making sure we get everybody up in here. Yeah, there go Baby Juju. I knew I saw Baby Juju up in here. Did I see True Slugs up in here? Thought I did. Blue Lotus blooming. DJ Big Gang. I think we got Jay Porter. Icon Vane. And the homie Fant. Oh, Fonto. Okay. Fantamos Fonto. And God Buddy Godchild. Miss Moon Pie. Love all y'all. Thank y'all so much for tuning in as always. Until next time. Peace.
What you talking about? What you doing? What you talking about? I don't understand that. Shit like that. They should be.
what it is you really do.
A bullshit, a bullshit, a bullshit.